As we come to the end of our triennium, and you know, we've got quite a long agenda actually to get through today, so we will have to remain focused. But you know, it's important to us just to acknowledge that I don't know where the 3 years have gone. To be fair, we've had a lot of major issues on our plate, and I think that we've managed those issues with the integrity that one would expect. And I'm really appreciative of that. So thank you. We will just continue our day as we would normally do so with our typical order of business. Health and safety matters. We've been sitting in this room for 3 years now, and we understand the procedures should we need to exit this building. Out the door that you arrive will to my left and the assembly point. So nothing has changed with that. Excuse me, we haven't, Dave's not here yet, so if someone, perhaps if we could just receive an apology for lateness, I think he indicated maybe Karen, you could remove that. It was the only that we received an apology for lateness. All on the agreement that aye. As normal, we will start with our affirmation. This has always been the start of our meetings, and it gives us an opportunity to focus our minds to the agenda in front of us today, but actually also gives us an opportunity to leave behind the busyness of our lives that we have outside of this room and the decisions that we make on behalf of our district. So the affirmation, of course, does read that we will pledge that we will faithfully and impartially use our skills, wisdom and judgment throughout the discussions and deliberations ahead of us today in order to make responsible and appropriate decisions for the benefit of the Hiranui district at large. We commit individually and as council to the principles of integrity and respect, and to upholding the values that we believe distinguish and enrich our district. Thank you. Just in regard to the agenda in front of you, councillors, conflicts of interest. I'm sure Councillor White and myself looking at 5.4, and that's the District Licensing Committee tenure. I'm just going to so that's, if we can get that noted. If there's any other conflicts, councillors? Thank you, Pauline.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just for absolute transparency, item 5.3, which is the continuity matters, it does have reference to the District Licensing Committee procedure or tenure, but that I don't believe precludes me from participating in that. But I will withdraw from 5.4, the District Licensing Committee tenure, and I'm happy to leave the room if other councillors feel that that's appropriate. And then just for absolute transparency, the Amberley Village Green Playground update, just to note that I was, by virtue of my elected membership, a member of the working group. And finally, for absolute transparency, the item 5.7 amendments to the Hiranui Freedom Camping Bylaw. I just note that although the model Freedom Camping Bylaw was drawn up by LGNZ, it was done in consultation with NZMCA and MB and Tai Tuara, and I just want to be transparent and declare my NZMCA membership. Again, I don't believe precluding from discussion.
I think there's the officer.
Yeah, that's cool.
Noted. Thank you. Hamish, from an advisor.
Yeah, so
No need to stand back.
as a council is appointed to any position on the council, we have no conflict of interest.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. So we'll just note those in the minutes. Thank you. And Graham, as our normal practice, we live stream.
Sorry.
Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry, Tom. I need to look up more often.
In the interest of transparency, there is an item on the Hannah Springs Bowling Club, and I am a member of that bowling club. We discussing or participating, but
Well, that's a really good news story on behalf of the bowling club, to be fair, Tom, so
Yes, yeah.
we'll note that, but I think, you know, we'll pick that up. Yeah,
It's just briefly, like, mentioned by Councillor White, 5.7, just to declare that I'm a member of the association as well.
anything else, guys? It's my culture. Rightio, then we will move on, we've declared our conflict, so thank you. And Graham, as normal, we have our live stream and being recorded, thank you. And good morning, we're just doing our work here until 9:15. And just for the separately circulated information, I just want to be certain that you all received the financial report that Jason sent out yesterday. They should have all had time to read through that, and we'll work through that later on this or today sometime. Councillors, I think we've got our first deputation at 9:15. What we might do is just work through those minutes from the 26th of August. If we just do a page turn, and if we can just have a look at those before we and Laura come to the table. So let's just look at the minutes of the 26th of August, page 4 and 5, looking for matters of accuracy, 6 and 7, 8 and 9, 10 and 11. Thank you, Ross.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, page 7. I just see under 5.1 hybrid and EVs, there actually is a different rate for EVs. EVs are $1.08. They're not lumped together. Don't ask me why that is, but the idea and their wisdom have a different rate.
Okay, so you can clarify that. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Ross. Any other accuracies on page 8 and 9, 10, 11, and 13? Okay, let's pick up one on page 12.
Yes, ma'am. Councillor Brewer.
Yeah, that's right. So with that in mind, councillors, you've all read, we've looked at the minutes for accuracy. Is someone willing to move that we receive those minutes and show an accurate record? Thank you, Karen. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Vince. All in agreement with that, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? That motion.
Please may I abstain as I wasn't present for the entirety of that meeting.
Thank you.
And myself, I wasn't at the meeting.
Thank you. Okay, we've got that noted. Good as gold. We'll just whip through to see if there's any matters arising from those minutes. So just to page 10 as well, so page 4 and 5, matters arising, I'm looking forward. 6 and 7. 8 and 9.
Just page 9, the resolution one wondered if to get any dates or one phone coming up on the hearing.
Or for so that was the appointment of the commissioners. So do you know, Judith, any dates for those hearings?
I believe it is the end of January.
Both around about the same time.
Yeah, the commission, that's just for the solar farm.
Yeah.
That one, they haven't decided whether it will be considered on the papers or whether there will be a hearing for that. So that's what the 48(2)A has just gone to the commissioner. All the information in relation to the solar farm is on the website, including the first minute that's been issued by the appointed commissioners.
Great. Thanks, Robbie. So matters arising, page 10 and 11. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I wasn't present at the meeting, but just on page 11, I note the reference there in regards to the proactive relocation paper and the plan change. And I note that it refers to 250 properties. Do we have clarity on that? And all other paperwork it was 200?
Thank you.
It's going to allow for up to 250 properties, so this is going to numbers on the uptake basically. So up to 250 properties. The 200 was an example that we did with the private relocation document of our work. If we want to step them up, they're looking at 250 properties.
Happy?
Thank you for that
Thank you,
explanation.
I think we got goals on properties.
No, we were talking properties.
No.
Yeah, I was just
So
clarifying.
I think the question, so the $250, $250,000 was supplied for the housekeepings to do that. And the question that was just being raised is actually around the configuration of that subdivision. The discussion initially was 200 potential properties, always securing 109 for the end of each and part of that cap. The balance, but the configuration might be that there is opportunity beyond that 200, and that's what we're talking about. But until we get to that subdivision, how it can be configured,
Yep.
we don't know.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Happy?
Yes.
Thank you.
It also mentions in that same paragraph as 250 properties that it's an 18 million investment, but we have actually borrowed 23.5 million to complete the development within 10 years by June 2035.
So I can answer that.
Thank you.
So we haven't borrowed the money to complete the development by June 2035. We've got a funding facility that was set in place for that period. If we go beyond that period, we'll just get another funding facility. So that's that particular case. And the other part of your question was the 18 million versus 23. $18 million is the development cost. It doesn't include the land cost and the accrued interest costs.
But just to query that just again, the conditions of the loan specifically state that it will be completed by June 35. That is the condition of the loan that was part of the conditions of it that has been circulated to councillors.
So it's not a loan, it's a facility.
Okay, it's a facility.
So that is attached as a condition to that facility, but these facilities can always be rolled over to a new facility. So if needed, we can do that.
Happy with that, Tom?
I
Understand it. Okay.
I understand it. I'm not necessarily happy with the answer or with the position that we have taken.
Councillors, Vanessa, sorry.
Through the chair, just very briefly to add further to Hamish's comment and in response to yours, the 250 properties, I had a number of people from the community ask about that, and I did actually speak to Graham Abbott and Dan, who confirmed that at this point it's probably more of a contingency until the surveyors configure the layout of the subdivision. It's probably better to make an allowance for more, otherwise we could actually end up running for fewer. So that's essentially, yeah.
Nothing is locked in.
Thank you for that commentary.
That's awesome. Thank you, Vanessa, for finishing that. What I'm proposing to do now, councillors, is we'll pause our agenda, looking at the forward works program and the Mayor's diary on page 15 and 16, and we'll come back to that. And I'll invite facilities to the table. Laura, are you going to come through as well? Welcome, facilities, and Laura, you going to sit at the table? Are you happy there?
I'd like to get a picture.
Okay. Welcome, facilities. Please take a seat. I welcome you today, and I would just remind you to keep to the substantive issue, and I will provide guidance for you that we're not here to listen or identify any of our staff members. That would be in breach of the privacy for our staff members.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that again, please?
So I'll read it out, my statement. Please keep your discussion to the substantive matter and refrain from referring to private individuals or council officers by name to protect their rights of privacy.
Refuse that. I will not consent with that. I have the right to be here, and I have the right to point out to the people who caused me grief and suffering. So you cannot tell me that I will not. Last time when I was here, I was very careful. I was very polite. I never mentioned a name, be it individuals outside council, councillors, anybody. I never used anything. 4 years later, you're asking me to keep these people from being named. I will not do that, and I have the right. So, Kalimera Olimera, which in Greek means you have a good day all day. 4 years ago, I came to this council. By the way, I'm not sitting down because I have a back issue. So 4 years ago, I came to this council and I addressed a very important issue about a dog in Wakeri who is interfering with our life, but Darren Lowe, the officer who is in charge of the dog issues in the district, has absolutely done nothing, and consider Laura and myself being one instead of two. That's his calculations. So when we go for a walk and Laura goes by herself, that issue with her dog is non-existent. This is Darren Law. So 4 years ago, my deputation was impeccable. And from the minutes, it states, Mayor Black thanked the presenters, thank you, Graham, presenters, and said they conveyed their concerns very clearly and succinctly, and the council would take that on board. Mayor Black said the council would leave this matter with the chief executive officer to provide feedback from a staff perspective in due course. 2 years later, I never heard from the CEO. 2 years later, I did not hear from the mayor, because she passed the ball to him. Fetch it. I came here and I said, I'm not pleased with what administration is doing about the issue. I said I was insulted. Darren Lowe wrote in an email, I do not know you personally. I do not know the owner of the dog personally, and I do not know what relationship in any the two of you share. There is nothing to say that your complaint concern is not some kind of vendetta / retribution act for something that has occurred between the two of you. That is an insult. Do you understand? I'm coming here, I'm saying I cannot walk in my own village because there are so many issues with our dog. And he says it's some kind of vendetta. Now, further, we have Andrew Brown, who is his boss, and he says, I have spoken to Darren and he assures me that it was not his intention to insinuate that you have a vendetta or other ulterior motive. That's his boss. Then we go to the big boss, and he says, the ACC Animal Control team retain my confidence. I get insulted. He has his confidence. You are asking me to not mention his name. 4 years later, I cannot walk in the village. So I ask you all before I came today to read my deputation 4 years ago, because I only have 10 minutes. I'm here today to address some issues that caused these 4 years to lapse. So of course, Mayor dropped the ball because says to Hamish, fetch it. And Hamish does nothing 2 years. So I then take the issue with the useless office of the ombudsman. Now, why would I say I went to the useless office of the ombudsman? Because as Diogenes, my great hero in Greece, who was looking for a human being with a lantern in day broad light, I am looking for Judge Munn in all systems. Judge Munn is not the only one. There are many more, and they will be coming out of the woodwork in due time. So, and His Highness, who is fairness for all, I told him, you're not doing fairness for all. You are protecting the boys in the club. That's exactly what the Ombudsman is doing in New Zealand. He's protecting the boys in the club. And that's in writing. So I'm not insulting anyone. So we have this. And then, of course, we have the councillors. Mary Black, on your behalf, that day of the presentation, turns and says, "Ah, fetch it, Hemis, go fetch it." None of you stops her to say, "Stop, Mary. This guy said, listen, that actually I made you laugh because I said, if a dog would be coming at you, that the policeman went like this and stopped the dog, you will be pissing in your pants." Okay, this is the situation in the village. So the useless officer of the Ombudsman takes 2 years to reply, 2 years. So we'll come to 4 years. Now, because the officer of the Ombudsman protected the boys in the club, Darren and everybody else in between feel great. We did a great job, didn't we? We have a dog who is big, who is standing in his hind legs, a very small person holding the dog. By the way, the name of the dog is Harry. And I have no issues with the person that takes the dog on a daily walk. During the 4 years, we tried to avoid, we would go away from the street, you know about this, and then it came to the point where she would kind of like stop with the dog to the side. Darren Lowe has a history, and I ask you today, before my deputation is over, I want him resigned. This is my request. He has to resign because he is totally incompetent. He's the same person who actually took advice.
Excuse me, Ms. Elise. I think that we have heard sufficient from you, and you're breaching the confidentiality that I suggested at the start.
I am not a member of this council. These are trained well under the Local Government Act. Local Government Act does not apply to me. I'm an individual. These people that he has trained them well keep their mouths shut. They don't supposed to say anything about it. But this man is the cause of my issue. Do you understand that? You think of me as being offensive and abusive. And I say, madam, if you did your job in the first place, I wouldn't be here today talking to you. I do not have pleasure coming here, and Brucey knows best.
I don't need to listen to this. Sorry, this is a disgrace.
You are useless, and I will take you further. You are all useless, well-trained dogs. And I will find when that dog will bite someone,
deputy leave the building?
Yeah, and we will, our affirmation says that we lead with integrity. So I think that we will assume that we've received that information and we, with the integrity, and I think we'll just move on. So thank you, but thank you, team. John, welcome. Come and join us at the table, John.
Thank you. I'll try and restrain myself.
Thank you, John, I appreciate that. So you're not a first timer as far as this goes. You know that you've been given 10 minutes.
Yes, I do.
Graham will have the bell ringing at 9, I think, and then wrap up. And then we'll have 5 minutes for questions of clarification. But I also understand that we're in an election process and you are a candidate for the South Ward Community Board. So I'm just going to read this statement so that there's clarity for everybody here in this room and for yourself as well. But I do understand, John, that you have been provided some advice regarding election protocols. Given that you are a candidate for the local government elections. So I do ask that you please speak only on the topic that you have identified, and I trust that you understand that this deputation is not to be used for election purposes. And I guess on the back of that, councillors, I do ask that if you are asking a question of John in clarification to his information, that you consider how you phrase that question as well, so that that keeps John in a safe position as far as that goes. So you can just think about how you might question with that integrity. So I think we're good to go for 9 minutes. Thanks, John. The floor is yours, and we'll hear a bell ring at 9. Thank you.
Thank you. So following on from my earlier concerns regarding the development of the Eastern Reserve, I've had advice from DC Commissioner and Barrister Helen Atkins regarding this, which I'll ask you to read during my remaining time today. And as per the letter, I would like a reply within 5 working days justifying why you consider the use of DC funds appropriate. So I'll just hand out this letter now, if I might. Apologies.
So what are you in your 9 minutes, are you asking councillors to read this down?
Yes, if you would, thank you.
Is it time to have a read of that, councillors? Good to go? Thank you. So, had a wee chance to read that. Do you wish to speak to that further or highlight something that's been written on behalf of Helen Atkins on your behalf, or how do you propose to do that within this timeframe that we're
I just wanted to present it to you. That was the main purpose of this meeting.
Yep.
And also to also ask that I get a reply within 5 working days to that, to justify why that decision was made. Other than that, I have nothing else to say on the matter at this time.
Okay, so with following due process then, if you have got nothing further to say, I will just open it up for councillors to seek further clarity in regard to what has been tabled or what they've just read, and you can respond to that. Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, fine, thank you.
That's great, thank you, John. Vanessa, I'll
Through
start
the
with you.
chair, it probably, thank you, John, more of a question to you, Mari and Hamish. Is this process formal enough to actually officially lodge this request from Mr. Mayers, or does he need to extend this information through to you directly, Hamish, in order?
It's been tabled at the council meeting.
Yeah.
Is that sufficient?
And the request is that we response within 5 working days, bringing that down, so I will be seeking some advice, as to how that response goes.
Can I please ask that we are also copied into that response? Thank you.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that. Any other questions? I mean, a question that was directed here as opposed to John, but is there any questions for John in regard to what he's stated and what he's tabled? Quick question?
Yes, thank you.
Clarifying question?
Yes, it is a clarification question. Can I just clarify, I'm just reading point 1 here. So this correspondence is in regard to the Amberley, it says the Amberley cricket ground. So is this in relation to the cricket development or in relation to the entirety of the reserve development?
It's in relation to the use of DC funds and how they've been used. So whether it was, I mean, it wouldn't matter to me whether it was a cricket ground, a football ground, or a tiddlywinks court. It's the use of the funds in relation to how they should be used is what this is about.
Comfortable with that? Thank you. Okay, thank you. Further question?
Yes, please. Through the chair.
You've already had one question, so we'll,
Are we
further
limited?
questions? Yep, carry on.
Thank you. John, so just to summarise, and probably on the back of Councillor White's question, I guess the issue here is the need to justify the DC funds, or basically the question really is cricket related to the growth? The question is growth.
That is the question. It is about growth. It's about the use of DC funds and how they're supposed to be used in terms of growth.
Okay.
I don't believe that's appropriate in this case.
Okay, so the response will identify that or convey that message and the rationale or reasons behind that, but I'm not the expert in this field, but I will make certain that the response within an appropriate time frame is managed. So, okay.
I appreciate that.
Anything else from councillors? If there's nothing, John, thanks for coming in. Thanks for your time this morning. The issue is understood, and as I said, I'll be seeking some further advice and responding to you tonight.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for your time.
Thank you. I'll just take a seat over here, so I'm here to support the cricket as well.
Yeah.
Oh, the golf, sorry, golf.
Okay, thank you.
I do play golf.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to sit in the gallery there, that's not a problem. So now I'll welcome Bruce and Paul. I think you're speaking on behalf of the golf today. Have you got more people coming? We're a bit early, we're running early. Have you got, do you want to wait? I can just.
No, we don't want to wait. I'll just send Chris for a while, that's all right. I'll make sure he's here. That's fine.
Few minutes. 7 minutes. 7 minutes early. I guess what, is it too messy to flop back in, isn't it? Yeah, if you're happy to wait, maybe you just stay there, but if we can just do some of our further agenda items until we get to 9:45.
I'll appreciate that if you don't mind.
Yeah, okay, you just hang around there and enjoy the moment. And councillors will come back to our agenda. And because we've got Bruce and Paula representing the Amberley Golf Club, and then we have Paula representing the Amberley Beach Residents and Ratepayers Association. So we'll do that, and then we'll carry on with our agenda, councillors. So if I may just pull you back to page 14. Shouldn't take us too long to get through this, but this page 14 is our known forward work program. It has a few early indications of dates as far as once we get into a new triennium is concerned. But I'm guessing, is there anything else there, Hamish, that is likely to come forward? You know, and that's sort of that'll get us set up anyway. Yep. Okay, thank you. And then if you look at page 15 and 16. Yep.
Did we approve the minutes?
Yes. Thank you, like an age ago, Tom. Yeah. Thank you. So page 15 and 16, we've got the Mayor's Diary. And just to pull out a couple of things, you'll notice through there, I've had a few meetings with the Chinese consulate in Christchurch, and you may be interested to know that currently we have 2 staff members from Murray Area School and Cheviot Area School who are visiting Chumping, our sister district relationship, visiting some of the schools that our students came down earlier this year, and then they're joining up with a wider group of principals from Canterbury in regard to the Confucius Institute. So I just thought you may be interested in that, particularly Vince from Sharon, I think it is, from Cheviot, and Nicole from Murray Area School. So, you know, that one of our anchors to our sister district relationship is education and the future of our young people. This seems like as if we're making good progress as far as that goes. And then the last, on page 15, you'll note there was a visit that I attended on invitation of Stuart Smith, as James Meager was in the district, and they went and the visit was out to the weir at Lake Sumner. That was an invitation on behalf of the board, which is the Hurunui Energy and Water Project. Sorry, thank you. And that group actually had another brief meeting yesterday, and they're looking to take the fast track process. And there's going to be a much fuller discussion. Certainly now not our role to lead that. I was just fortunate to be invited to that, but I know they'll be talking with interested local parties as far as irrigations, and AIC have been involved with that as well. So I just thought you might like to have that as an update. And I'm not sure whether there's anything else there that may be of interest to you. I think some of you attended the webinar as far as the regional deals go. So that's, I've got no further update on that. So with that, if there's no questions, I'm happy to move that we receive the information on page 14, the no forward work progress and news diary. Someone happy to second that? All in agreement to that, please say aye. Aye. Those against, that's carried. Thank you. How are we going for time? Have we got the president in the room? You happy to go 3 minutes early? Okay. Good to go. Thank you. So I think we've allocated 10 minutes, Bruce or Paul, I'm not sure who's going to do the chatting in regard to the golf club, but we will provide you with that time and then see if there's any further questions to clarify what we've heard. I guess, you know, you'll be very aware that we have got a paper later on today. I'm not sure what time we will get to that. We've got a little bit going on, but of course, you're more than welcome to hang around for the day as well, but the floor is yours, Bruce. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, here we go again. It's been a few months since we were last here. So just to clarify our roles for you all again, Paul Wiley on the right is, many will know, as a retired council CEO with extensive experience in 3 councils. And I, a retired council engineer, a spokesman for the golf club. We were elected to a road access working party way back in 2022 when the road issue became major. I was the president at that time, and Mark Grover, our current president, who's behind me, is nearing the end of his or a 2-year term, and he was hoping to have this resolved by at least by the end of his term. But he's happy that Paul and I continue to drive it. So, and we do appreciate you agreeing to receive us today. We only became aware of the item being on the agenda when it came out last Thursday, and therefore we're able to seek permission for a deputation Friday. So we do appreciate you able to fit us in the late notice. And obviously we're here to speak to the report on page 63 of your agenda. So Paul's the detail man, so I'm going to hand over to him to run through the part of that submission.
Good morning, councillors. We're here today to see how we get on with this paper. We're glad to see that the purpose of the paper is to progress a new access to the Amberley Golf Club and beyond. We're not glad to see the recommendation that council instructs officers to go away and yet again further investigate any reasonably practical options to provide access and to engage with the Amberley Beach community, and then hopefully come back to council in November. That's a kick the can down the road recommendation. And it's based on the claim that further investigation of any reasonably practical options and consultation with the Amberley Beach community are the final steps required to put the council in a position to make a decision. To support that kick the can recommendation, the paper reasons that making a decision on the Grayson-Ave extension without further investigating options and further engaging with the beach community could put the council at risk of a judicial review because of the decision-making requirements of the Local Government Act and the possible breach of the Coastal Adaptation Plan. So if we have a quick look at the reasoning behind that recommendation, we need to move basically to the facts that are behind it. We will have, by the way, handout. I'm going to only skim through this, but we've got it all as a handout for you afterwards. Over a period of more than 2 years, the council has received and considered numerous voluminous reports. At first, there were 7 options, and then an 8th, Grayson-Ave, was added. The list was then reduced to 2. The council then instructed staff to negotiate a conditional sale and purchase agreement for the Moir land, knowing that the golf club had offered to donate its land for the Grayson-Ave extension. At the same time, the council instructed that the consent be applied for Grayson-Ave. The Grayson-Ave option was generally accepted by councillors as being the preferred, reasonable, practical option. No one knows how much ratepayers' money has been expended on this prolonged evaluation of options process, but both the public record and the statements of councillors demonstrate that there has been an exhaustive evaluation and consideration of options. The bottom line is the process to identify all reasonably practical options has been completed. Those options have been assessed and considered in terms of their advantages and disadvantages, and the requirements of section 77 and all the other decision-making requirements of the Local Government Act have been more than adequately met. In terms of consultation with the Amberley Beach community, really? It's claimed that this is a requirement from the Coastal Adaptation Plan. If that's the case, why wasn't it raised as an issue 3 years ago when the road options paper was presented? It was not raised then because it wasn't relevant, and it's not relevant now. CAP is solely about the future protection of the private property's defined area of the Amberley Beach settlement. That area does not include Golf Links Road or the golf course. The only time Golf Links Road is mentioned in the entire CAP agreement is the name of the road on one of the maps. The Golf Links Road realignment project is entirely separate from the CAP. Reyerson Ave extension moves immediately into farmland that is not eligible for consideration under the CAP. The capital works envisaged in the CAP are those that have only those that have a direct bearing on the protection of private properties. CAP clearly establishes Amberley Beach Residents Association as a representative body with which the council consults. That body has been in reasonable regular communication with the golf club, and the golf club attends their meetings to update the association. The association ensured that it was accepted as an affected party for the purposes of the resource consent. Consequently, the association is probably more informed than this council. The association has its own copy of the consent and has carefully reviewed the document to ensure that it meets with their requirements. The golf club has orally advised us that the golf club has been orally advised that the association has no problems. Councillors might care to consider the advice given to them by the council's own planner when she cautioned about going out again and again to the beach community after 3 years of engagement and consultation. And that advice was given to the council at its meeting on the 27th of June 2023. Nothing has changed. The Amberley Beach community at large has its fund and it just wants to get on with life. That's the firm view of the residents who are members of the golf club. So in summary, further consultation is unnecessary and it's unwanted. It'll be a waste of money and possibly counterproductive in terms of the council and the community moving through the next stages of the CAP. If we look briefly at the legislation, section 77 has to be read in conjunction with section 76 through to 82. Collectively, they are not a mandatory one-size-fits-all straitjacket. The full legislation quite sensibly allows for councils to use their discretion. To not so would be ludicrously impractical and expensive. Don't have to be a lawyer to see that the councils have significant discretion as to the degree to which they need to investigate, consult and consider before making a decision. And the record shows that the requirements of the legislation have been met and that there is no risk to the council. We look at the risk of a judicial review. We have to recognise, of course, that any decision the council makes theoretically is at risk. But there's no realistic or practical risk unless the council has grossly and blatantly acted outside the law. Even then, the remedy is simply that the council go back and do things properly. The judge does not make a decision on the rights or wrongs of the council's decision. He or she can only address the question as to whether or not the council went about things properly. People unhappy with the council decision periodically raise the threat. They then discover that you don't just rock up to a judge and ask for a review. There's an expensive legal process to follow, and as the threshold for a successful request is so high, the first discussion with a lawyer normally sees the end of the empty threat. Because there's also the risk that a weak case opens up the purchase, pushing the request to a counterclaim for costs. And our collective memory is that there's only ever been one judicial review ordered in recent years, and that just concluded with the judge suggesting that the council have another look at its decision. So we think that's a non-starter. So where does this leave us all? Well, the road continues to be a daily risk. We must be the only golf club in the country where it's wise to look up the tide charts and the surf reports before you decide whether you can use the public road to get in and out of the golf course. The Grayson Road extension is indisputably the most reasonably practical option. And in accordance with the declared purpose of the council paper you're going to consider later on, we believe there's actually only 3 things that need to be done to put the new council in a position to make a final decision. The first thing is to complete the Moir land purchase. Officers were given authority to negotiate a conditional sale and purchase agreement back in May 2024. There was one brief meeting with the landowners which took place on the 16th of July 2024. Today is 441 days since there has been any contact. We are assured they remain willing sellers. Second thing that has to be done is to complete the technical requirement to obtain the Minister of Conservation sign-off for the change of status for the tiny piece of council plantation reserve to be converted to road reserve. That's the bit just where it comes off Grayson Ave. As the purchase of the Moir land will significantly increase the area of the Lagoon Reserve, the actual reserve land lost is tiny and insignificant. And in the present political climate, sign-off won't be a problem. It might take a little bit of time because Doc's had so many staff cutbacks. So commencing the process now is important. Council knows exactly what to do. You minute show you're doing it regularly. Council staff need to prepare the tender documents. A draft road design and schedule of quantities for the Grayson Ave extension, prepared by a qualified engineer, was delivered to council staff on the 6th of August 2025. It's a relatively quick and simple process to put this into tender format. Council does this all the time and has the capacity. The tender process could actually start now, because if you follow the normal local government approach, the tender will carry the stipulation that the council reserves the right not to accept any tender. There is also no reason why the council could not commence negotiations with a preferred tenderer, as happened with the Beach Bund. We know that preferred tenderer is interested. We urge the council to direct staff today to take those 3 steps immediately, and also request that as soon as this is completed and the lands agreement put together, that an urgent report is brought back to the council today to get a final decision. There's very good reasons for that urgency. In terms of cost, we believe the cost estimate and reports are overly conservative. We know the likely construction costs and the likely legal costs, and it seems to us that any amount estimated for the land purchase must be excessive. The council itself has set the market for farmland purchases in the Angley area with its 2 recent purchases. If the price per hectare paid in those purchases is taken as a guideline, it's pretty easy to calculate what's a fair value. The construction cost estimate must be at the top end of estimates. In the present highly competitive market, where contractors are reputedly undertaking work at cost to preserve capacity for the forthcoming boom when major work such as the Woodian bypass hit the market, there is every reason to believe that a better price can be achieved if the council moves quickly. I don't think you need to put contingency into the estimate. It's a simple job, hasn't got any complications. And all up, we believe that a more realistic cost estimate is about something in the $700,000 region. It's a long way off the 3.3 that we started with. Please note that acting now, as we're suggesting, doesn't commit the new council. It does get them to where they can make a decision. There's no reason why the steps can't be completed in the time, and the new council would be able to make a final decision at its first meeting, go straight to tender and get the job done at a good price during this current construction season. We've read the policy statements of all persons standing for the new council. Without exception, they promise to avoid waste and to make smart decisions. We think that this outgoing council owes the new council that opportunity. Bearing in mind that's a lot of information in a short time, we've got copies of the present of it and the backing documents which we can hand out, and we're very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Paul and Bruce, for that presentation and the clarity, I guess, of your presentation. So normal procedure, we'll just open it up to see if there's questions to clarify on what they've heard. So councillors, you've heard from Bruce, you've heard from Paul. We're looking to just have any clarified questions in that regard. So thank you, Vanessa.
Through the chair, thank you, Paul, thank you, Bruce. Look, I know that the coastal adaptation plan, the triggers in the coastal adaptation plan, were formed on the basis of extensive engagement and rounds of feedback with the beach community or settlement, as it's worded in the plan. Would the golf club at any time, did the golf club at any time contribute to any of those surveys or feedback sessions?
Why not?
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Look, oh, sorry, thank you.
So you made something of the fact that council given options in 2022 and that the cap should have been considered then. Are you aware that the cap wasn't actually officially adopted towards 2023?
Through 2022 though.
Officially adopted by council in 2023. So when the initial options paper was done, the cap was not up as we council.
We're aware of when it was adopted, but as my understanding is that it was available in draft form prior to any prior to the issues and options report on the roading options.
It hadn't come council document until 2023. Are you aware of that?
Yes, that's clear.
And who do you think carries the risk of judicial review? Do you think it's the golf club or do you think it's the council? Who carries that financial risk?
Actually, both of us. Council would seek judicial review on the basis that this council hasn't proceeded expeditiously to get on with the job. Your grounds are, because you know, they're extremely wide, but they're very, very hard to prove. The key point we're trying to get across is, yes, you can raise the risk at any time, but the chances of there being any practical risk, we believe, are zero.
So you'd
There's
be
no
willing,
one's
you'd be
going-
willing
no-
to underwrite that risk for the council then if you believe it's zero?
With due respect, that's a silly question. The key thing you have to
I didn't
focus
ask you
on
whether it was a silly
is
question or
there
not.
really
I asked
any
you whether you could underwrite.
Please, could I finish? Then I'm very happy to listen
Ask
to
the
you.
question.
There is no practical risk. History shows that, and we all know it. To mount a claim against the evidence that's just been handed out here now, nobody's got any show of that. If you wish to consider that there's a risk, that's fine. That's your opinion. Our opinion, very firmly, backed by a lot of research and a lot of experiences, it is purely theoretical. Nobody is going to proceed to seek a judicial. Why would they?
So my question was, is the golf club prepared to underwrite that risk for the council?
No, you know that. That's a silly question, and you know it.
No, it's
I'm
not.
sorry, I don't want to
question.
argue
It's a
with the
practical
Hamish.
question.
We've been acquaintances, but I just can't. You know that that's a question that we have to say no to.
Correct. So the risk sits with the council.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dave, you've got a question? Just for clarity on what we do.
Yeah, clarity on what we do, the purchase of the land. The golf club can consider like naming the golf club like the Westpac Stadium to we're able to get a lower cost purchase price. You know, the owner of the land instead of a Westpac Stadium, it could be for a period of time the naming rights of the golf club. I'm just trying to make this whole project cheaper. So it could be
We're open to any sponsorship arrangement. We have to be careful discussing a matter like this in public meeting because we've all been party to one way or another to confidential information. All we can say is that we have been in contact regularly with the owners of the farmland. They remain willing sellers and they are as aware as anybody of what recent farmland sales have been here.
Yeah, I think best leave it there because you don't want to get into areas where we are breaching, you know, that confidentiality or privacy factors. So I think the tone of your question, Dave, was actually, are there opportunities that have been explored or needs to continue to be explored? I think to get the whole project at a achievable cost level, I think that's the fact. Okay, any other questions, councillors? Okay, I'm just gonna finish off with a bit of a statement. Look, I sense your frustration with this process. But I guess you will also appreciate that we are sitting here needing and requiring to do due diligence on factors that actually consider wider than, you know, Amberley Golf Club or its subscription members or visitors to the club. You know, we're here to consider whatever the cost factor is, whether we get a good procurement cost or not. It could be $1 million, I don't know. And actually that $1 million will be either not able to be spent on another part of our district or will be a debt factor. And there is a lot of discussion about debt and there's a lot of discussion about councils going through good due diligence processes. So I will just leave that with you. You will understand that, you two gentlemen sitting at the end of the table, because you've been part of these processes before. So, but I acknowledge your frustration. I acknowledge everybody here and the frustration you feel, but we do need to step ourselves through so we don't get to that position of that judicial review, risk minor or major, but you know, we do need to work it through. So look, I think you've stated and given us food for thought. We have got this paper in front of us. Councillors will weigh up what they've heard from you today, but also how they've come prepared for the decision item that's in front of us. Sometime today, I'm not going to say this morning. So I'm just going to leave you with that. You know, I understand your frustration and I share it, but we have a job to also do as well, and I hope that you actually all appreciate that in the consideration of this district that we're representing.
Thank you, and
Thank you.
Good luck to those who are standing for.
I'm sorry,
Wayne Johnson.
yeah, I'm sorry, but you haven't got speaking rights today.
Well, I say it's a public meeting. Why do I not get speaking rights then?
Well, maybe Bruce, can you?
Well, I want to know, are you going to keep wanting to fix this other road up? Right, round by the sea? It keeps getting washed off. You're going to spend more money just doing that than trying to put money towards something that would be reasonably consistent.
We understand that, because we also consider that that's, you know, throwing good money after bad, and we're looking to find some other solutions. So, you know, that's part of this whole suite of information that we've
found a solution. It just needs to be done.
Well, that's what we're
We've
working
got
through.
visitors and overseas people come around here. Oh, Ambridge's a great place. Let's go down to the golf course. No, can't get in.
Okay, we understand. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Paul, for your presentation and attendance today. Our final, councillors, our final deputation today is Paula. Paula Lecomte, if I ask you to maybe we'll let the golf club exit the room first. Welcome to the council table today. I understand, I'm not sure actually what your presentation is about today, but I'm guessing that you will have some a statement that you would like to make in regard to the Grierson Ave report. So you will need to provide a statement before councillors could ask any questions. So I will ask, you know, perhaps give you 5 or so minutes, because there again, these 2 deputations have come in late in their agenda. So if you can provide us with the statement that you would like to speak to us today, and then we'll see if there's questions from councillors. Thank you.
I don't have a written statement, excuse me, because this has all evolved very quickly with this paper coming out on the agenda last week. However, it did give me time to seek speaking rights, and because there was talk of judicial reviews and stuff in my litigation experience, I started doing a chronology of the communications, which started in 2022 when the CAP presentation was made up at the golf club, which I did attend, and has rolled on through for all this period of time, where we've had views, which we've presented, where we tried to come up with a win-win situation with the extended of the bund under what was already consented alongside the lagoon. However, we worked with the golf club and met with them several times, and we actually directed and asked via the mayor and the CEO to convene meetings between all three parties on several occasions. So if there is a judicial review, there will be a correspondence history of those requests for three-party conversations, which did not occur. We have met with the golf club quite recently and said we will go along with them. We've aired our views that we wrote to ECAN about dust control, about the sealing of the road, the initial put some speed bumps, and trying to come up with something that was workable for both communities. However, this quite, in my opinion, divisive paper came out, which refers to the CAP now as being an issue why something that's supposed to have been proceeding, again, has not happened. And I'm sorry, it appears to be, again, a communication breakdown between the impacted parties and the council. So that is why I've asked for speaking rights today, because we have officially also on Friday, as the beach community, requested a pause on the CAP and has sought immediate mediation, as there is a communication breakdown between the council, and I'm sorry, it is with you, Hamish, as CEO, and what's going on there. We have written, we've sent in a trail of documentation trying to resolve some of these issues, and it's coming to a head now when the coastal adaptation plan, when you look quite clearly at page 5 where it defines the town, you look at page 19 what the triggers actually are, it is not appropriate that you're now talking capital expenditure on the golf course road, which has gone through this long process to get to where it's at. That is my view at the moment, and of the committee. We have got a meeting with our community on Wednesday because there was not time from when this came out to do so. They have all been let know that we've called for a pause on the CAP and mediation of the process. We have expressed to the council here several times in writing that the media is not the forum. We're telling us down at the beach as the impacted parties what's going on. So that's my message today. We have worked alongside the golf club quite collaboratively to try and get them to where they need to be. We see a dynamic environment down there, which includes a campground, the beach, the bund, potentially a dog park, and access to the golf club, up onto the rocks, to the river mouth is all part of one big picture. And the horse is bolting on what's going on down there without consulting the people. So pause, big breath everybody, there's some things need doing, but they need doing under consultation with the impacted parties. And it's very sad in the situation where we are in.
Thank you, appreciate that information. Just would check with councillors to see if they've got any questions to clarify the position that Paula has declared today. Robbie?
Oh, just a couple of quick ones. First of all, can I just clarify, Paula, are you speaking for the Emily Beach Residents Association?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
When I attended the CAP presentation up at the golf course, I went in a personal capacity back in 2022, airing some of the same issues we were having with what was happening at the beach. One of the issues raised at that time was the ongoing issue of where the location of the wastewater treatment plant is.
Look, I'll cut to the chase because particularly with previous submission time has been going by. Can I ask, is there a view at all with the Emily Beach Residents Association about the location of the new access down through replacement of Golf Links Road? Is there an area there, or is there are we swimming in the same direction?
It's all about money. It's the bottom line, I guess. We tried to present a view that would perhaps save the council and ultimately the ratepayers, therefore, as that's what we see it, with the option to use the already existing approved ECAN consent, bringing the road in along and quite along on a high area along where all the ice plants doing very well at the moment, at the edge of the lagoon up to where the seal restarts. Would require the relocation of culvert And it would improve the situation we have at the moment where the bund does a kink out to try and compensate for where that culvert sits at the moment. The culvert is not technically in the right place or facing the right direction. It could have been moved across and the bund protect a road built height along the edge of the lagoon there. It also stops the ingress issues into the lagoon, which is raising its level, pushing water back down the back of the vessel.
I'm looking to back up the question that you've just asked. So can you just state for me if the beach community support the creation and extension?
We can't make a decision on what should be paid by every ratepayer of the Huronui towards a road.
So just in principle, is that your preferred location for?
From a cost perspective, yes, and protection of the lagoon, yes. However, if the engineers and the hydrology is considered, and it's the better outcome for a 20, 30 year and beyond future at the beach, which we as most residents see as reality, maybe the ingress and road is the right way to go, but it incurs more expense and issues. I sit neutral on that because I don't think we as a community can dictate what the ratepayers of all the Huronui take on in cost for that. We pay for the bund, the levy, but that's a unique situation.
Does the Golf Club fund the bund?
No, they don't. We have requested that they look to do that, but they didn't know where they were going to stand funding wise anyway on whatever happens.
Let's just keep to the focus. So did you hand up?
Yes, through the chair, I just wanted to basically highlight that if under the paper that we're looking at today, if you look at that CapEx trigger and the consultation that's required with the community, is it actually appropriate that we ask Paula how the community feels about the Grierson Road? Is that not something that should be left to consultation? Just asking. I don't think it's particularly appropriate that we're preempting that with those questioning lines of questions if we end up depending on how that paper works out this afternoon.
Yeah, that's true. So any other questions, councillors? Okay, thanks very much for your time this morning. And no doubt you'll all be following the process with a good deal of interest. So thank you. Councillors, so we are looking towards a break for morning tea in about 6 minutes, looking at my clock and my time frames. So I'm just wondering whether we can perhaps do the first paper, the project's carried forward. Jace, do you reckon we can manage that? Okay, so it's relatively straightforward. We are going to recognise 2 staff members just before we break for morning tea who have contributed to a long service. Vanessa now 30 years and Joe at 20 years. So looks like they're all turning out now, actually. We're just going to try and do one paper visitors. So thanks, Jason.
Thanks, Melanie. Right, I'd like to think the paper's relatively self-explanatory. Every time at the end of each financial year, we do an assessment of the projects that we have allowed for in the previous year's budget and for various reasons haven't been achieved, and request a formal resolution from council to carry those projects forward into the next financial year. And coupled with that is adjusting the financial reporting to reflect that, so we're always reporting apples against apples. So the list has been provided there on page 18, and yeah, done in consultation with mainly the project team. There is and also various community committees have desired to have items to be carried forward. So there's some significant projects within the water area, and as was reported earlier on this financial year, that there were going to be projects that wouldn't be achieved. we had gone through a process of identifying a lot of those and actually allowing for those in our forecast for the previous financial year when we were developing the budgets for the next financial year and putting it into that. And then there's a few others relating to some of the public services like the Queen Mary South project, where we've got the demolition project that was budgeted for, but not completed by the end of the financial year. And sorry, I've got I've used regulatory services and haven't spread interchange there, so my apologies there. There was just some projects for the thermal poles that hadn't been completed, and that was sort of partially due to the change in general managers. And so the request there doesn't include the fly right, because we did have a significant budget in the long-term plan for the fly right, but it was always contingent on meeting certain gates to get there. But there is a project to do the rework of the cafe, the entrance, and also discharge water. So those projects weren't completed by the end of the year, just allowance for that to be carried forward. And then the final page, it's just a more of a tradition with the Ameri Community Committee that any unspent money in each of the townships have been pulled and carried forward as township projects or unallocated projects. So that's something quite peculiar to the Ameri Community Committee.
Jason, and so all of this information has gone to the communities of interest, the community board, and the various community committees for any project particular for their areas.
That's correct.
So
Where
councillors will
appropriate,
yeah.
there will be some that may not become apparent until later on.
Okay, so has councillors had a look at this and have they noted anything that seems odd or peculiar as far as your patch goes? Other than that, we can work through it.
Yeah, thanks, Melanie. Through the chair, Jason, can I just have a little bit of commentary under public services, fourth line down, Anglo Domain, Eastern Reserve, and the budget forecast at 305 remaining unspent at 30th of June, and therefore the request to reduce the budget?
Well, that's correct. When we set the budget and did the forecast for the 24-25 year, as part of the forecast to determine where we would be at the end of the financial year, we were predicting, this was way back in February, that there would be 305,000 of that domain project not completed and needed to be carried forward. So we've actually actively allowed for 305,000 in this year's budget, but at the end of the financial year we actually had spent more than about $90,000 more than what we had forecast in the 24-25 years. So it's really just a recognition that that we don't need 305,000 because we actually spent sort of 90,000 of that already in the previous financial year. So it's just making sure that those budgets that we move forward with align to the forecast for last year and the budget that we had already carried forward for this current.
Understood. Thank you so much for that commentary.
Thank you. Is there anything else as far as the paper goes? No, pretty good. Okay, any questions further from councillors? We do have a recommendation on page 17, this was just really ensuring we've got a seamless approach from one financial year to the next. If someone willing to look at that recommendation, happy to move it.
Move the recommendation.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Karen. No further questions. I'll put that motion all in agreement to that, please say aye.
Aye.
As against, that motion carried. Thank you, Jason. Audio councillors, this is a chance where we're going to recognise a couple of pretty important people, Joe and Vanessa. And I'm going to ask Judith to come and join me, but I've been asked to kick this off because between them they've got 50 years of service to the Hurunui district. Vanessa, 30 years, Joe, 20. Only were 5 years older, I think, you know, but 50 years is pretty significant. So I've just been asked to kick this off to say a few words for Joe. 2 decades, Joe, pretty cool. In 2005, Hurricane Katrina struck Louisiana. Desperate Housewives was the third program on TV. And the All Blacks completed a Grand Slam defeating England, Ireland, Wales and Scotland. So, you know, I thought I needed to make it. I don't think Grove was there, but, you know, that was pretty cool. But also, in that very same year, you began working here at Hurunui District. Oh, goodness me. Seriously, Joe, 20 years is no small feat. And it speaks volumes about you and your commitment to the Hurunui District Council, but actually the entire district. And so I just think that effort is nothing more than exceptional. There are a few things that I appreciate about Joe. She's quite wise, and she's willing to share that wisdom in my moments of need. I'd be really this morning, to be fair. And coupled with that, she has a good bit of humour, which often lightens the day, and I think that's really important. I've learned heaps from Joe, and we've developed quite a strong bond. She knows pretty much everything that I do every day, and I think that's pretty cool. She keeps me on the straight and narrow. But we have a strong shared and trusted relationship, which I think is pretty amazing. But actually, Vanessa, I haven't worked this close, but I've seen you in lots of roles, and I know Judith's going to have a sort of yarn about that, but you're both incredibly respected individuals in this organisation, but actually not just inside this organisation, but both of you in the wider community. So thank you both very much for all you do for Hurunui District. You know, you've really played a strong role, and I think that you know, 30 years for you, Vanessa, but 20 years for you, Joe, is magnificent. And it wouldn't. I do have a certificate here for Vanessa, and I know you've got one, Joe, but it's at home, probably in a frame on your mantelpiece or somewhere. But well done, congratulations, you're amazing. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Good stuff. All right, thanks, Joe. Now the official piece comes from Judith. But actually, I know that it doesn't normally happen, but Judith clicks over a few years. Yeah. next month. So we'll have a wee celebration for her in early in the new year or something. Yeah, that's well done.
I've been told by the old boss, the governance advisor, they have to step forward because your head was chopped off. Oh, yes. Oh, well, I don't want to make too much of my grey shine, so might see over here actually. That's all right, right? Yes, still. Oh no, there we go. So yes, been close to celebrating 30 years service myself. I've had the pleasure of working very closely with these two lovely ladies. Both have very long family association with Emily, and their long service to the council is associated, I think, with that very long and strong family commitment to the district. Mari stole a little bit of my limelight, so you try and wave it. Joe started working with the council in 2005 as a part-time telephonist and receptionist before moving into the PA and customer services officer role in 2007. In 2004, you took on the mammoth task of dog administrator while retaining the PA position. This was a demanding role with over 5,000 registered dogs, lots of lost and found type of issues which you had to deal with, but you managed with your local knowledge and your can-do attitude. In 2019, you changed to your role to EA to the Mayor and Human Resources Officer till 2024, where you are now in the position of PA to the year. Jo has collected many other portfolios over that time, such as hall hireage, citizenship ceremonies, travel agent, catering guru, and the list goes on. Some of those you've passed on to others, and some you're likely stuck with. And I think a strong memory for me is the role that you played in the COVID response, often going and get groceries and delivering them to people around town, going well above and beyond your role. While your role is to look after the mayor, you never limit yourself to that. You look after us all with your kindness and your no-nonsense approach to life. Many of us, myself included, have been on the receiving end of a bunch of flowers or a gift basket that you've organised for major things that are happening in our lives. So you continue to be an amazing asset to the council, Jo. Your knowledge and your networks within the community are incredibly valuable. Thank you for all that you've done and all that you continue to do for the council and for the community. Congratulations on 2 years. Nisa. You started working here at just 18, doing a mix of part-time admin roles. In 2004, you moved into a full-time job in tourism, where you stayed until 2019. And I know one of the strong highlights for you was the 2011 Rugby World Club, where you spent a week in Hamner Springs hosting journalists from all over the world who had wonderful things to say about New Zealand. Vanessa loved her time working in tourism, especially with Graham Evatt. For her staff morning tea last week, messages were read from Shane, Scott Calloway, and Graham, all reflecting on her enthusiasm and commitment to her own tourism. In 2019, Vanessa joined the community team. She also played a vital role in the COVID response and has consistently been a superstar coordinator, handling everything from pool parties and funding applications to community workshops and PIMS training. Also supporting Alan with a lot of the CD function training. She's the ultimate super buddy for all new staff, always giving newcomers a warm welcome. She's first to lend a helping hand when our youth need support. She's a natural mentor, assisting with MTFJ placement and her volunteering work with Big Sister. Most recently, Vanessa has truly stepped up as a community development facilitator, developing plans in the age-friendly space with a strong community-led approach. And your dedication, warmth and leadership make a real difference. And I think, Vanessa, that's where I've really seen you blossom. I think you've really found your place as a community. Page actually. And I think that, yeah, in the community partnerships team, I've watched you grow, and now I really watch you flourish. Over the past 30 years, you've worked with 10 sets of councillors, 3 chief executives, 5 mayors, and across the whole organisation, she's known for her incredible knowledge of council processes, people, dates, and district. I think in both these lovely ladies, this strong connection to the community is a real benefit to the council. We actually have, while we started them up apart, we actually have birthdays 1 day apart. So we would have a very long and strong connection. And I think that her commitment to the Hurunui District Council and the Hurunui District is incredible. So congratulations, Nessa, on 30 years. And we're very grateful for all the work that you do and that you have done.
Do you want to say anything? Vanessa and Jo?
Well, might as well. So yes, my very first day was actually inducting a council, so it seems quite fitting that as another round finishes that I've run here. So I do want to say thank you very much for the working relationships that I've built with you all over the last 3 years for some, a bit longer for others. So particularly Ross, I met him in my tourism days and his lovely wife, and also Karen, I met you a lot earlier in the picture as well. So yeah, so thank you very much for your support over the years, and particularly Karen with the age-friendly space at the moment. So yeah, as I mentioned to the start the other day, I've worked with a whole range of people, which has been amazing. I can see somebody in the back row over there as well, who was around when I first started, Bruce. And I've been really lucky that some of those workmates have turned into friends, and even some of those friends have turned into family. So yeah, so thank you very much for the recognition today. Yeah, and I just love working here.
I had to write mine down. Thanks very much for the kind words, Murray and Judith. During my first decade here, my responsibilities were diverse and demanding, juggling reception and PA duties with dog control. It was often challenging and at times thankless, but there was never a dull moment. I was actually just working out there's probably the same number of dogs today as there was all those years ago, and there was just mainly myself on an administration and Gary, who was our dog contractor at the time. Over the past 10 years, I've transitioned into more traditional administration roles as an EA. While there have been 1 or 2 challenging moments along the way and many changes within the organisation, working with 3 mayors, Gary, Winton and more recently Murray, has been an absolute pleasure. I have a deep appreciation for this community and the people and feel incredibly fortunate to live and work here. Finally, to my team, thanks to Marie and Graham, who have been constants throughout my 20 years. And I'm equally grateful to Michelle, Avril and Natasha. I'm incredibly lucky to be surrounded by such a supportive bunch. Thank you.
What a wonderful way to finish our first little segment this morning and acknowledge 2 amazing women for the work that you've done. So thank you. And we are going to break now for morning tea. So thank you. I'm guessing that someone's got that sorted. So we will break for morning tea, team, and if we can be back here at 10, 45, 50, ready, 40. Wasn't it lovely to be able to celebrate great people? So our next item on the agenda is item 5.2, the risk pool trustee amendment. Welcome, Jason, back to the table. It looks to me as if it's a just a process, an update, I guess, to bring it in line with the requirements, but you can provide us a bit more detail around that and we'll see where we get to.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yes, it is very much a procedural issue.
the reason for the change to the, or amendment to the trustee is that the key is that it provides indemnity for the directors, as well as, more importantly, being able to provide for any surplus funds after all the claims have been settled to come back to council. So, and I think Stephen Thurston's letter on pages 24 and 25 outline the key change much better than I can in my summary. But just because the council has been a member of risk pool was a key avenue in the past for council to obtain public liability and professional indemnity insurance when no such cover was available in the insurance market. It is available now, but because it was a mutual fund rather than a straight out insurance policy, we made contributions to the fund rather than paying premiums in the traditional insurance sense. But there was always a provision if there were claims made against the fund in excess of those initial contributions, there would be calls made on the members to bridge the gap. And in the last, so risk pool's been in the process of winding down, but it does need to settle the outstanding claims. And so the amendments to the trustees just, like I said, allows them to secure directors to assist them all the way through that process, but the needing those directors to have the indemnity and, like I said, also providing for if there is any surplus funds that does come back to the members. So the key is there, just key thing is just to authorise myself to sign the consent form and get that back today, because today is the day they need it returned. But I'm sure I've rushed through that. I'm happy to answer any questions that may come through.
Can I just kick that off, Jason? If we roll over to page 40, under 6.8, I just noticed when I was reading it, it referred all the way, it deleted the word board and then about trustees, but on that, in that 6.8, you know, it talks about trust company, blah, 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 be constituted by such person as the board may determine. So should that be as the trustees determine or not? It just seems that they've, all the way through, it seems to be talking about trustees as opposed to the board, and I just wondered whether that had been perhaps missed in the tracking.
Okay.
I don't know, I'm just, you maybe just be worthy of a check.
Yep. And
then if I look on page 41, under 6.1, 6.3, matters arise, I think the spelling is a typo, because from or relating to different fund years, it should be arrears, I wonder.
Years.
Years?
But it's fund years.
Is it?
Yeah, because
Years.
the contributions
Years.
that we make. Oh, sorry.
It's got years.
Yeah, it should be years.
Oh,
Years, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So it's a typo, yeah.
Right, no, thank you.
Yeah.
You've gone through it much with a fine tooth comb than I
Yeah,
have.
well, yeah, okay, if we can just have a wee look at those, I'm happy with that.
I will advise them.
Yeah, that's great. Councillors, you've probably read it as well, and seeking some clarity. Vanessa?
Through the chair, further to your comment, Madam Mayor, would it not be the board of the trustee company?
I think, through you, Madam Mayor, I think there is a difference between the board and the trust company. So the board means the directors of the trustee company.
Yes, that's, thank you.
So I think there is a role for the board.
Board,
There's a
okay.
role for that company.
Okay, okay.
as such.
Look, I
mean. Legally separated.
Alrighty. So we have okay, if there's no further questions, it is, as we've talked about, a process bringing it up to date. And that amendment allows that to happen, councillors. So you've read through that, you understand the information that Jason has presented, and we do have that recommendation sitting in front of us. But if there's any other questions, or is someone of the mind to move that recommendation? Thank you, Fiona. Second, second. Everybody happy? I'll put that motion. All in agreement, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, that motion's carried. Okay, thank you, Jason. Councillors, that takes us through to page 51 on our council agenda, and this is about some continuity matters in regard to some committees that continue beyond the election date, and just for to give some, obviously as it states, that continuity, but Graham, you are the author of the paper. If there's any issues or something that you'd like to highlight, and we have a chat about that now, and then we'll see where it gets to.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, so this is a standard report we put to the council at the end of each triennium. As the report says, the normal process is that as the council comes to an end, all its committees come to an end as well. But there is the ability to carry committees through the election period, which in this case, the council has 4 committees, or 5, one's covered later, that have external members on them, and they have work programs that carry on through. So they've got the Thermal Pools Management Committee, the Tourism Board, the Youth Council, and the Risk Committee. So they all have work that carries on through that period. So to avoid having to discharge the committees and then go through a process of reappointing external members, who particularly for the Thermal Pools and the Risk Committee, those external members are carrying on working through this period on projects. The Youth Council, of course, members are appointed for the calendar year, so or the Youth Council members carry on through. So if we discharge them, then we do it to cover all those members, and they're on the committees, and then reappoint them with the new council. We don't, this doesn't bind the new council in any way, so then the new council needs to establish its governance structure. The council can choose to discharge any of those committees. It's just about carrying them on through. The district licensing committee, the report, the next report, the agenda addresses that to carry that one through. The report also just covers the decision-making process through this period, which hopefully is pretty self-explanatory, but essentially there is coverage to make decisions if an emergency comes up in between that period of the election. I do point out in the report that some councils in the past have delegated everything to the CEO just to cover that period, but we don't think it's necessary. There are ways for the council to meet both leading up to the election and immediately after the election if that's required. Then the council can just choose not to follow this recommendation, and all those committees would be discharged from the election. So that is an option. Then we would just see new council or just reappoint them, but we would have to manage that external member process. So that's our recommendation. Have you got any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Graham. I mean, it seems to make perfect sense to serve us well in history, and I'm sure it will serve us well over this sort of delicate period until we get established again as a council. But any clarity sought from councillors? Pauline and then Tom.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, through the chair. Thanks, Graham, for the clarity provided in this paper. It's really easy read and really straightforward. I just had a question in regards to the need to discharge independent members, and I wondered, does that apply, or should we be including the Creative Communities Assessment Committee? Because although they don't do work through this period, they do have independent or external members appointed. So if we didn't include that in the recommendation, that would discharge them at this point, and we'd have to go through a appointments process.
Oh, that's a good question, Madam Mayor. Well, I think they're not official committees of the council, so I don't think they'll fall under this requirement. I'm pretty sure those panels aren't formal committees or subcommittees.
I did check the name and it says assessment committee, so I wasn't sure, hence my question. Happy to take advice.
I can certainly check on that, Madam Mayor, but my understanding is they're not formal, even though we may call a committee. I'm pretty sure they're not formal committees or subcommittees. If they're not included and they are a subcommittee, they will be discharged. But I'm pretty confident they're not.
I guess, you know, to that end, that's the secondary school assessment panel for the upcoming, there is 3 appointed councillors, there is 3 appointed community members on that, but their delegation or their service to their committee is not actually over this period between an election date and a new council being adopted or inducted. So, and unlikely to be called on during that period. Yeah.
So I can try and seek clarification on that before the end of the meeting today.
Yeah, okay. That, I mean, that might be just clear it up anyway, rather than having any innuendo on those 2 committees, but otherwise it makes perfect sense because these committees actually have got committee structures in place or commitments to committee structures in place over this period of time. Thank you. You happy with that?
Yeah, I did check in the secondary school achievers one is labelled as a panel rather than a committee, and that was my only query.
Yeah, just a point about the Hanmer Springs thermal pools. I'm disappointed that the newly rearranged meeting, because it was rearranged one time before to accommodate members' requirements, and the new meeting on the 12th of November I cannot attend because I am working on that day. That committee is already 1 member down with Gary not being there, and with myself not being there, that means there's only 1 elected representative there, and I feel that was a bit of an oversight and a bit disappointing.
So that's probably an issue outside of this paper, Tom. So what this paper is addressing is, you know, just the link between this triennium to the next. But what you're raising is outside of this, and the fact that there has been a subsequent of the pools committee being established on a day that doesn't fit you, and that's something that there'd be a discussion outside of this paper. I would have thought.
Madam Mayor, the date's the 12th of November, so council follows the timetable we have in place, will be agreeing to its new governance structure on the 4th of November.
Yeah.
So there will be a full complement of members for the 12th of November.
Yeah. So the point you're raising is something outside of, but this paper is actually just providing the link between this triennium and the next. Yeah. You happy with that? Cool. Thank you. Another question? Clarify.
No, as one who runs the risk of becoming a vacancy, I'd like to move the officer's recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Robbie. If there's no further questions to clarify, I think we've got a clear understanding of what this paper is all about. We have a mover. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Ross. All in agreement to that, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? That motion is carried. Thank you. And Tom, we can have that further discussion, but I think you've actually identified the fact that, you know, the appointment of a new committee will be inducted into, and there will be a full suite of membership. Yep.
Does that mean that I'm not going to be part of that if there's going to be a full membership there?
What I'm saying is that there'll be a full membership of names appointed to that committee. Yeah, thank you. Okay, Beth, welcome. This paper is in regard to the District Licensing Committee, not too dissimilar to the previous paper, but Beth, if you can take that. I know it's been noted that Councillor White's name and my own are in this, but I'm happy to have that discussion, so, and I'll sit back on the table as well. Thank you.
So this is very similar to Graham's. It's just that the district licensing committee is required to decide on alcohol applications. Their tenure, as decided in 2022, ends with the election this year. The work is ongoing. Our commissioner decides on applications multiple times a week, so we really do need to have a committee election immediately after, and the summer season tends to be our busiest season for applications. A lot of special events, licenses, last minute applications get decided. So the paper basically is just recommending that we extend the existing members out to March so that we have coverage over that busy summer period, and we don't have to induct and recruit new members in the middle of what will be a fairly busy period for us.
Any questions? Someone willing to move?
Yeah.
And then a question?
No, it was a comment, and this is a process we've followed. Most times I've been here to get that continuity, so I'm happy to move to recommendation.
Any further questions?
Just a second.
Motion, all in agreement, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries. Thank you, Beth. Well done. Next to council to page 60 in your report. Welcome, Dan. This is Amberley Village Green Playground update. This has been a bit of a process as well with the community in the South Ward. So perhaps if you could take that through this paper, and we'll see where things fit to get to.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So if, like me, you're stumbling sometimes on getting caught up between the Eastern Reserve and the Village Green, I keep referring to it as the Eastern Reserve. However, this is the Village Green, and the South Ward Committee have been working on this long and hard, and they've had some working groups put together some key information, namely the playground layout and also the landscaping plan. As a result of the $905,000 project, they've got about $175,000 remaining. They've proposed these plans, which 2 weeks ago the South Ward Committee approved. But in order to get what is a sensible amount of work to be done, I suppose, they are seeking an extra $89,910 from their existing DC reserve fund. So it's already their own DC fund that has been built up. It was just above and beyond the $905,000 that was set in the long-term plan. Now, as I say, that is a DC reserve fund, so it can be used for this. The remaining $320,000, I think, doesn't actually have a home yet. So it's not earmarked specifically for anything else. So there's no one that will be going without. And that 89,000 will be 90% funded from the DC fund, so that's 80,919, and the South Ward or the will incur a debt of $8,991. So what they want to do is they're already doing a whole raft of different playground and landscaping activities, and you can see the playground in a plan on page 61. What they're looking to just finish off a few of those pieces, which is the net seesaw, the climbing tower and the compliant bark. That will see out a whole, like I say, a large part of that playground. They do have volunteers and people ready to go. So I think it's the reason why my recommendation is here today. You've got all of the free labour and energy that's been, an enthusiasm that's been generated over these last several months, and it'd be good to see that work out for them as the South Ward Committee, but also set in good stead the new community board coming in.
Thank you. I think you rightly point out the work that's gone in to develop this as a concept and to really sort of furnish and flourish the reason why the Village Green is there in the first place, you know, to bring people in, and you know the work that the team has done to actually develop this has been developed with a lot of community voice and input. Thank you, Dan, for presenting this paper. So it's pretty well spelled out, but perhaps we can take some questions. So I'll go to Vanessa and then I'll go to you, Ross.
Madam Mayor, through the chair, not a question as such, but I would like to alert my colleagues to the fact that this is funding stage 1 of 3 stages for the playground. The final cost is estimated to be just south of $500,000. I would like to make sure that everyone is aware that the dog park working group have been advised of a balance of funds, and that there is a possibility that some of those funds could be used for the development of dog park. So essentially, there may become a stage where the playground and the dog park are vying for a balance of funds. So just so you're all aware of that. Thank you.
Ross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, just with the submission we had this morning and the use of the relevant contributions for non-growth related projects, which was the question that we had in front of us this morning. So this is classed as a growth related project.
Thank you, Hamish.
The Eastern Reserve had its genesis in 2005 when a future plan was done for Amberley. In 2010, there was a reserves plan done that identified the need for reserves on the eastern side to cater for the growth that was happening on the eastern side of town. In 2014, myself and Bruce Yates did a deal with a developer to purchase a bit of land for the Eastern Reserve, or now known as the Village Green. And at that time, it was agreed that cricket had become basically unplayable on the domain because of the growth in soccer or football, and so growth had essentially forced cricket out of the domain. So, to my mind, the development contribution, which has been in place since 2010, Jason? 2008, to fund the development of these reserves is entirely aligned with growth, and possibly it's more difficult for people that have moved here recently to see the growth that's occurred over that period of time. But that's entirely what it was designed for, that's what it was set up for, and that's what it's funding. So it's funding growth.
Yeah. No, thank you. That's great.
And actually, thanks for raising the question, because it is really important for us all to be reminded of that history beyond us sitting at this table, and the foresight, to consider how we can achieve the result that the community have been yearning, I guess, for a period of time. And DCs are just one of these perhaps levers available to us. Thank you. Pauline.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the chair, Jason, I just want to double check and clarify just for everyone around the table. So the current DC fund is sitting at $318,000, and according to this paper, on the page 62, and so the South Ward has requested $80,000 of that. So that would leave a remaining $240 circa $1,000 in that DC budget for any other future growth related work. I have my numbers correct. Yeah. And so given that, look, I just like to make a comment, I think more than anything else, when we had our hearings and the submissions process for the reserves management plan around the table, we heard very, very strongly in regards to the development of the Eastern Reserve, the Village Green. And what I took away from that was that there was a desire in our community to ensure that that space had provision for a range of age demographics across the community. And so we have the cricket there, we have the walking path in place that all members of our community can use, we have green space there that all members can use. And in my mind, the playground was mentioned a number of times in that submission process, and that's why it became one of the primary objectives of the South Ward Committee alongside the planting, and that would begin to provide for another demographic in our community. So it would provide for the growth aspect of the young families who have moved in, and also it would provide for the grandparents who are, wanting to bring their grandchildren out. And that there is still, a concept plan there that allows for further development of the Village Green to cover even greater demographics. So I think that this is a really good step in the way of fulfilling a need on the eastern side. We actually have only one little playground over there, Seadown Reserve. And just in addition to that, the plan that you see there, you know, this will be the first inclusive playground in the Hiranui. And I think that that is something well worth mentioning, that, you know, the Southwood Committee, you know, is focused on ensuring inclusivity for anyone of varying age groups, but also abilities to be able to use that, and have sought, you know, funding from elsewhere as well. And I'm in full support of the recommendation as it is written. I think that enabling this to happen, rather than a part playground of a lesser extent, noting, as Councillor McPherson has said, that there will be another stage. Yeah, I think that this is a great thing for us to be doing.
Thank you. I think Tom, Hammond Springs have got some sense of, yeah.
Yes, we do.
So
We do.
yeah.
And we have some further works underway, which is
So I just wanted.
I stand to be corrected that it may not be the first, it's certainly the first in Amberley.
Hang on, can we just carry on now? Thank you, Robbie, you've got a question?
Yes, yeah, look, for a number of years, this has gone through, and it was always, the priorities was water, toilet, playground, it's always been pretty high up in the head. People would like to see that there. The working group was formed, they did an awful lot of work and presented some good stuff to the Southwood Committee. The Southwood Committee's gone right through this. There was 3 stages. I think the first stage was covered. In effect, this largely allows us to complete the second stage, and it was all but unanimously put through. So I'm very happy. I'm quite happy to move the officer's recommendation. But I do have a question. The last item says compliant bark. I don't think it was bark. They called it something else. It's the rubber. Yeah. Just to check.
Oh, Madam Mayor, no, this specific section was for the bark, not for the.
Oh, that's okay, then
Yeah.
that's the bit.
Yeah.
Another that they were talking about, do we go bark, do we go rubber?
Yeah, it's also worth mentioning that a couple of items like the nature trail and the balance beams were taken out because there were members of the committee that would say that they would voluntarily, working with groups like the Lions, install all that themselves. So there's been some significant savings right across this too. So it's not the original sums that were originally presented to the South Board. So people are working hard in the background to do this for a lot cheaper.
Good on you, Dan. Thank you. Just before I come to you, Vanessa, Dan, I think I recall also in the South Ward Community Committee, maybe the last meeting when this was discussed and put forward to council, there is going to be some applications made for external funding for some other elements of the playground as well. Am I correct in making that statement?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I just think for everybody else that wasn't at the South Ward, knowing that there are some external agencies or applications to build this conceptual.
Yes,
playground
I think about it was earmarked about $80,000 worth of some of the all ability equipment is being applied for through Vanessa that we've just seen earlier today. So she's busy on that at the moment.
Yeah. So I just think it's helpful for the rest of the councillors to understand that there is a lot of other work outside of this request for funding through the DC. Vanessa, statement.
Through the chair, subsequent to that, I think the committee realised it was appropriate that we sought outside funding for the wheelchair trampoline and the inclusive carousel, rather than putting that burden on the ratepayer. Just to clarify.
So yeah, that's right. So we've had a good discussion. The rest of the community, and the reason this is coming to council is because of the DC fund is a recommendation from council, because that was a delegation. Just to clarify for everybody the reason why it's actually coming here.
Yeah, so Council decided, well, a few years ago now, that it would have delegation over the reserve. And what you approved, back in February, I think it was, when we had the meeting in Waipara, the report about the development plan came to council, and you approved that the South Ward Community Committee had delegation to make decisions inside of that development plan. Now, this 89,000 is outside of that, and it's also going to incur debt, which is why it comes to council.
So just there again, just wanted everybody to be clear on what's actually here. So other than that, I think we've had a pretty full discussion of it. And hoping that everybody is in understanding the purpose of the paper and its reasons why. And so I just would draw your attention to the recommendation. Robbie, you talked, do you stand by the fact that you're willing to move that recommendation? Okay, thank you. Do I have a second of that? Thank you, Pauline. Is there any other comments to be made? If not, I'm going to put that motion as written on page 60 in your report. All in agreement to that, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Thanks very much. Thank you, Dan. Thank you for the work that you're doing with that to enable that project to come forward. Radio councillors, we've now got item 5.6, which is the Gresham and extension paper in front of us. And I just want to, we've got a visitation from Transwaste, and they're expected here about midday-ish, but we'll break and they want to show us their new electric truck, which is quite a big feature. So I just want to, we've got about an hour, I guess, before we do break, but they might turn up about midday and they'll just slip in the gallery or park the truck up or something. Anyway, thanks, Hamish. This is your paper.
Thank you.
So we'll work our way through this diligently, and I'll leave it with you for the moment. Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, sorry, I have my hand up, I usually see. Can I ask that if we are still discussing this issue at midday or whenever Transwaste do show, that we will reconvene this after lunch to continue this discussion rather than wrap it up prior?
Well, I guess it's not the worst thing going halfway through. I mean, the only other way to do that would be to work through other papers. But I think what we should do is just work our way through this, and I'm not sure how far we will get. We are due to pause at 12:30. I'm just saying that the Transwaste members may arrive here about midday, but there is no expectation that we will cease our meeting at that point. So I think that we've got enough time to carry on with the procedure and work our way through the paper. So thank you. Thanks, Hamish.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So if we look at the purpose of the paper, the purpose of this report is to progress new access to the Amberley Golf Club. That's what we're trying to do, and the Waimea 899 Reserve, and the Rivermouth and the beach. So we've worked with the golf club as per the desire of the council to get this to this point. And where we've got to is that we have a resource consent, we have a design, we have pricing, we have an agreed way forward with both landowners involved. And so that's significant progress in there. But under the Local Government Act, we're required to identify and assess all reasonably practical options. And we have previously looked at some other options, whether they're reasonably practical or not, we never decided, but it was always the desire to progress one option to a point where we were satisfied that that option was workable. And now we just need to retrace our steps a bit, have a look at those other options and just tick them off, get them done. So that's what this is about. Also, it's clear in the Amberley Beach Coastal Adaptation Plan that we need to engage with the Amberley Beach community to get a definitive view from them about this Grierson Avenue extension. There's been a number of views expressed by the Amberley Beach community over a period of time about whether this is the right way or the wrong way. We just need to go back and tick that off and see if they're happy or if they're not happy, and make sure that is the right thing to do. So the paper covers those and why that's required. And I think the telling part on this is when we look, what are the next steps? Well, the next step is that in October we do that work, and in November we come back to you for a decision. Any characterisation of this as a delay is nonsense, quite frankly, complete nonsense. This is just simply a process we need to work through.
Thank you, Hamish. I will take some questions from councillors in a minute, but can I just ask a question first and foremost about process? Making an assumption that we may have a conversation with NZTA to see if there is any funding support that we could glean should we progress this question and extension. Would, in their view, would they consider how we've worked through all of the processes and consulted with, you know, I'm just trying to be clear in my mind that actually, whilst, you know, we have heard one opinion this morning, that actually for us to give ourselves the best case of achieving a result through NZTA, it would be in our best interest to follow these procedures through. Is that, that's my quick,
So I think number one, it's unlikely that NZTA will come up with new money for this, but potentially they'll say within your existing budget you can reallocate. If we are making a case for new money, who we make that case to, we need to know that we've made a safe decision. Within our existing budget, NZTA worry about the safety of the decision, but if they were to stump up some new money, then I think they'd be looking at that and saying, has this all been done properly? Have we got the right process? But I think, I mean, as a council, we manage risk. That's one of the things we're charged to do. It's simply about managing that risk as we go forward.
thank you. Look, I think there was a start of 10, so a question coming to clarify from Vanessa.
Thank you, through the chair. Hamish, I note that in your background you have omitted 3 meetings that we've had, additional meetings that we had, notably the meeting the 28th of February 23, and we looked at a issues and options paper, which gave us a high level analysis of 7 options for access to Golf Links Road. We also discussed it further in July 23, reasonable analysis, and then again on the 10th of June this year. Can I ask, particularly the meeting on the 28th of February 23, could we not consider that one meeting alone, if anything, practicable, reasonable options? And if not, why not?
In general terms, there are 3 potentially practicable options with a whole lot of variations on them. There's the existing alignment of Golf Links Road, there's a Grierson Avenue type extension, and there's the Hursley Terrace type extension. Council chose to a particular variation of the Grierson Avenue extension as its preferred option, and so we diligently worked away at that preferred option. There's never been any particular consideration of those other options. All we need to do is put the options in a little matrix so you can see the various components, such things as price, doability, community views, all those sorts of things that you will consider, and you'll make your decision, your final decision on this.
Thank you, Vanessa. Fiona?
Just a comment really, I guess. Certainly people around the table and in the community out there, in the local community, have been well involved in this. Given the pressure we're under with our roading budget and bridge replacements and those types of things, and reallocation of funds and changing projects around, also the fact that more so than a little back road, we had some discussions about setting a precedent down here along the coast is also important. So I think having all of those things ticked off, because when this happens in another place up the coast, we need to have a system that and show what we've checked. And I just think if it's a report that's coming back in December, it's not exactly a delay, so I don't really see what the issue is.
Thanks, Naomi. Through the chair, look, just speaking in regards to the aspects that Councillor McPherson has pointed out in regards to the options that we were given back on the 28th of February 2023. And there is actually a summary of options there. There is actually a table there that was considered at that time. And so I guess I have the same question that Councillor McPherson has in regards to, it would seem to me that the section 77 of the local government requirements would have been met via that process that we've been through. I also note that in the previous resolution in August 2023 that we actually then noted that we wanted any other options that were agreed to be explored at that point. I feel pretty confident that we have looked at the options in enough detail. I'm interested to hear Hamish's view on that and perhaps where other councillors.
So the August 23 resolution was to look specifically at option 2D, but at the time the Golf Club had raised some variations of that. And I think we got up to about 2G or 2F. And so council resolved 2D, but in conjunction with stakeholders, meaning the golf club and the other stakeholders, any variations on 2D. It wasn't about looking at all the options. That was never the case. It was simply, if there's some options, if we're going to do it, and the option that we actually worked through with the golf club, it's close to 2D, but it's got some different variations in it. There was discussion about whether we go round inside the group of grey willows or whether we go on the outside. There was a whole lot of little variations.
And theoretically, those would have been discussed in the resource consent application process.
No, so what I did was met with Paul and Bruce, and we worked out where we wanted the road to go, despite that, it was a Grierson Ave extension, roughly aligned with 2D. But since then, there's been a survey done, we've had to prepare a resource consent application. So 2D, for example, didn't consider how the road was going to exit from the golf course back through the Waimea 899 land and join up with Golf Links Road. But when we worked through the process, we figured out how that was going to happen and how we could make that work. So the options that we were considering at that point were just variations of 2D.
And the other options we had considered prior.
So there was a list of options provided to you prior, and the great uncertainty around this avenue extension was the ability to get consent through the wetland. Remember at that time we were saying it's a bridge because that's what we've been told by ECAN, and working with the golf club and with their people, they came up with a plan, and that's what we got consent for. And so we've got absolute certainty of consent. We don't have that with any of the other options. We've got absolute certainty of engineered estimate costs and schedule of volumes. So we've done a lot of work to get to this point. We don't have that with the other options, but we can still do a comparison and say, this is where they sit.
I'm going to go to Dave and now go to you, Liz. Dave?
So I'm sitting here and you all know I'm an impatient person. So if I've got to a point of making a decision and had a plan, and done an engineering design and got a consent and got to that, probably I've got to that point of thinking, how am I going to fund it? And I get shut down every time I talk about that. We've already done the process of how to do it. Now, if we need a butt covering exercise, keep your work streams going at the same time, But I'm hoping like how that the engineers and everyone else, and we've made the decision that degreasing is where we're going. So I listened before, delay costs money, delay causes anxiety. You know, work out how we can fund it or how we can minimise the cost of doing it. You know, there might be crowdfunding building this exercise. There might be a whole lot of contractors that may come and help build the road, and the golf members may pay for the diesel in the trucks. But that's further down the track. So I think we've looked at the options, but if we need to do a matrix to cover the butt in the future, do that while we're moving forward. Yeah, sometimes you've got to just do things.
Yeah, thanks for putting some clarity on that, Dave, because actually what I'm hearing is that we're this close to being certain about understanding the risks or the benefits, and we've certainly heard of the strong community sentiment that needs to be managed through this as well, you know, but it feels from my perspective, from your comment, that if we just need to do this final piece, then we can progress with absolute certainty. So
do your progress, keep progressing it forward while you're doing the background stuff, because surely if you've decided to go down that road of where it's going, you've made the decision that that's the right road. Otherwise, why have we spent all this money and anxiety and time in doing that? And I thought we've given a direction that the Grecian option was where we wanted to go. So otherwise, we're not relitigating going down one. See, I don't know the roads, Webb Road, or building another thing. We're not going back to that process, are we?
no, but if we look at completing this process, we're actually understanding that we have determined that this is the best outcome and confidently can move forward with that as well. So thanks, Dave. I'm sure that you know, councillors will be evaluating that in their own mind.
I actually agree with the officer's recommendation, because I feel we have to have all the information of all the options and weigh it up to show that we are making a clear decision, because it's a lot of money, 1.4 million. It's a major project. And if we haven't looked at all the options and actually gone through them all clearly, I'll be worried.
So just coming back to your comment, Hamish, that if there's just a little piece of this jigsaw puzzle that we need to, you know, get through, are we looking to have that completed on this side of Christmas?
The plan is to have a paper to the November meeting. It's, it's written here on page 67. The council makes a decision in November.
Yeah. Okay. So that's giving some clarity of actually coming out what we're hearing, that we've actually got, you know, inside of the window or inside of Christmas, we've got that all the information that will tick all of the boxes to say with confidence this is the best preferred option from a value, asset, maintenance, sustainability, good value for money, community. Correct. Yeah, so that's, you know, it's every piece of the jigsaw puzzle is completed. Correct. Thank you. Lisa.
Chair, Hamish, can I ask you to explain explicitly what part of the decision-making process that we have undertaken thus far puts us at risk of a judicial review?
So it's nothing in the decision-making process this far. You had some early options presented to you. There was a recommendation from officers to choose an option. If you chose an option, it was a different one to the officer's recommendation, but you chose that option and said, proceed with that option. Ignore the others, proceed with that one.
The further analysis of that one.
Yep, and we proceeded with that, got to a point, and the real test was how consentable was this? The golf club believed it was very consentable. We had our doubts. The golf club was correct. It was very consentable. So we've actually got a consent. So that's dealt with all the uncertainty around that. So if you evaluated the options on the information we had at the time, this may not have looked to be the most practical option. If you look at the options again now with the information we have on this option, you may well decide that this is the most practical option.
So you're saying that we need to give that same depth of analysis to all of those options?
No, you don't, because there was more certainty around some of those other options as far as consentability, etc. This one here, the big doubt was about consentability. That's been put to bed. The consent's there. So all you need to do is go back, have a look at it and say, okay, we know this is consentable. We know where the community sentiment lies. This is the dollars.
So when you talk about community sentiment, are you talking about the beach settlement? Are you talking about the wider district?
I think that we have an obligation under the cap to just make sure that we know where the beach sits on this. We've heard a variety of views from both ABRAC and individuals at the beach. We just need to go back, consolidate that view, and then come back and let you know where that sits. But you also know where the golf club sits on it and a variety of other people.
So subsequent to that, on the cap, and I think my line of questioning with the deputation probably indicates where I'm going, but I can't understand if the golf club were never included in that feedback, which formed the basis of those triggers. I'm struggling to get my head around how it is actually the Grierson Road is relevant to the beach community as far as the trigger's concerned. I'm quite sure that if the golf club were able to have provided feedback with the community, they certainly wouldn't have been happy with that CapEx trigger. And I really think it's tranche 2 of this relating to the cap is irrelevant. And I also want to say that if the community have pushed back and said they're not happy with it, should we really even be taking it into account today? Well, essentially null and void today.
No, I don't think it's null and void at all. There's been some concern raised by the beach community about progress with the cap. But I think we've got to hold faith with what you have approved as the cap.
The community own the cap, and they're not seeing it currently that it's fit for purpose.
Yeah, but we haven't dug into why they're thinking that.
They have asked for it to be put on hold.
Yep. So will we just ignore any triggers that happen in the meantime? I mean, if we agree to put it on hold, then it gets put on hold. But yeah, I mean, it's a trigger of the cap. It's a live document. And just to reinforce the point, the cap was not approved until after these decisions were made. So I think, you know, you need to put that in context as well.
Karen, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you. So from what I've heard this morning, I wanted to applaud Paula and her group. It sounded to me as if they've been really proactive in their attempts to engage with council and with the golf club to try and you know, proactively smooth things and move things forward. And yeah, I just feel really disappointed that this engagement hasn't happened much earlier in the piece. Like others have said, I'm really keen for this thing, you know, for all of the steps that you've outlined in your report, Hamish, to be progressed as soon as possible. I'm really pleased to see that's going to happen this month. It starts tomorrow. And I guess the other thing that I feel I picked up from the deputation this morning is that there's a much wider range of things. You know, I think Paula talked about the fact that you know, this is about bund completion, the communication around proactive relocation, keeping up the communication with that community, campground status and facilities, potential for a dog park. You know, there's a whole lot of things that obviously will come into play with the pause, and we look at all of that. And I guess I would make a plea that that also happens really quickly, because I think for me, it sounded as if the ABRA group had done all that they could to try and initiate communication and make these things move forward. And I just urge, I guess, the council officers to pick that up and you know, move forward with it as soon as possible to have these communications, because I think the comment was made, things going out in the media is not a good way. I know that wasn't necessarily our press release, but you know, it just feels like things haven't as gone as smoothly as they might have, and I don't want any risk to stakeholder relationships. You know, seems like there's a real willingness for people to work together, and I would really like to support that.
Yes, I just made a couple of comments and we'll bring this back to the paper, which is around the creation of extension. But I'd just like to acknowledge Vanessa and Pauline have been strong support as a connection to the Amberley Beach Residents Association. Their attendance at those meetings has been committed, and you know, so that has been a big. But you know, I take what you talked about, but actually there has been strong commitment from a council conversations out. So I just wanted to make certain that we all understood that as well. So I just want to come back to the paper in regard to progress around the access to the golf links and the 19899 reserve and the river mouth and everything else as recommendations. We've had conversations around this table to say, have we done enough? Let's just get on and do something. And we've also had some considerations around the table to say there is just a small piece of this process that we need to complete to ensure that we can be confident and have the confidence to say that every step in this process will provide us with an enduring result. So, and you know, the comments that have been talked about as far as the cost factor, this is a huge amount of money that is unfunded at this point, you know, and sorry, Robbie, I didn't realise your hand up. So we need to make sure that we have confidence to be able to progress this in a timely and appropriate manner to consider all of the aspects, and the longevity of the investment is really important as well. And I think that's really important. So Robbie, I'm going to get some final comments actually. Yeah, I see that. I've got Robbie, and I've got Vanessa, and I've got Pauline, and I've got Dave. So Robbie, Vanessa, Pauline, Dave. Thank you.
I'm going to try and just break this down a bit. To me, there's it's the golf road, yes or no. It's not to be confused with golf parks. It's not to be confused with the beach. I think what's happened here is some miscommunication, misunderstanding, but we're getting some real concern down there, and I can completely understand them being concerned. And us being seen to drag our feet on this road, what are we saying to them? That we're not going to look out for infrastructure? I'm getting that message already that, well, they can try and force us out. Why aren't they doing anything down there? As far as the cap, I don't see Golf Links Road being any more to do with the cap than, say, putting a pipe down Hershey Terrace and across Amberley Beach Road. So I struggle with that one a bit. There's obviously issues around the cap have emerged in recent days. I'd like to see between now and the next meeting, I think conversations around that, you know, that must be addressed. There's been so much work going into this whole thing that to see it implode now would be pretty good. The other thing that I really would like to see, I agree with what Dave's sentiment that, okay, yes, we need to do these background checks and things, but this doesn't happen subsequently. It's, you know, we can be doing that, but some other steps need to be happening, I believe now. We've already got a resolution on the table from our last meeting saying that we were to secure a sale and purchase agreement subject to consent being achieved. The golf links, that's been achieved. So we've got a resolution already on the table saying sale and purchase negotiation, please. I'm a bit concerned to hear if it's correct, the time since we last communicated with them, I don't think that's been helpful. So the three things now, the consent's there, we haven't got the reserve consent as I understand it, and that's a process. But to me, we've got an engineering design on the road, and so and I gather we've done some good pricing around that. So the land purchase is the other one, and then whether or not that then triggers the reserve consent or it can be done at the same time, I'm not sure. But I just have concerns with this whole thing, and I can understand people getting a wee bit agitated to read that, you know, if they take from the minutes of how this is written, that we're going to go back and start again. Obviously, that's going to upset people. I understand from the advice we're getting that that's not the case, that we're basically going to just go back and make sure we you know, that we got everything correct. But I agree with Dave that yes, we can do that, we bring something back to the next meeting, but in the meantime, I think there's a discussion to be had around sale and purchase. The pieces of the puzzle need to come back to the new council with, if this is the agreed plan, it's going to cost that for the road, it's going to cost that for the land, and perhaps that's a public do, just commercially sensitive, whatever. But I want to see them, you know, we don't then suddenly drift off and we're after Christmas and you know, we're looking like we don't know what we're doing. So I do have concerns around it and would like to see us progress.
Yeah. So do you have confidence in the fact that we will get that information back in November is what's been declared? That is the confirmation of all of the details, the suite of information that's required.
Yes, if it's got the pieces of the puzzle that we need, no general things, so price for the land, price for the road, whether or not we've got consent in under one, that's not my, I don't.
Consent's done, so I guess.
No, about going across the reserve, that might be a process, but there's children in the emails that kind of, you know, which one they go first, but I really want to see something that they come back and they've got pieces of the puzzle there and they can say, hopefully this will happen.
So there's no indication in here that it'll stop work.
No.
I don't know where that's come from.
Yeah. So
you know, and as Paul pointed out, we've got an engineering design, we've got a schedule of works.
Yeah.
We deal with this stuff all the time. It's pretty quick to turn that round into a tender.
Okay, so I think we just need to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing, and what was raised this morning was some negotiation or some discussion with the potential land purchase, the minister sign off for that sliver and the tender documents, and that can be developed into so the documents that you've got developed into a tender document is what we're talking. That's what we're talking about. So that's the expectation. That's what I'm hearing. The expectation is that that will come back to us this side of Christmas. So that's what you're talking about. That certainty of that information.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And that comes back on that. Where did I go to? Vanessa, I think, was next.
Thank you, through the chair. Going back to May last year when we made the resolution to proceed with the sale and purchase agreement subject to consenting, and that we did ask for a funding paper to come back, and then that didn't happen. So during this year, we asked again under urgency for further information to come back. Section 77 and the CapEx trigger, were they the main reasons why we didn't get any of that progress?
No, there were a variety of things happening. So the engineering design and schedule was only agreed with the golf club in August. So those things that were still ongoing. As I say, you know, people might say, oh, well, there's been nothing happening. But in actual fact, it's just been working away. Things have been working through. So there's no great
rationale for that, the work just took its time.
I mean, I would argue that following those two resolutions, that there was genuine legitimate expectation from councillors around the table and from the golf club and from the wider district that the item that we're looking at today would involve a sale and purchase agreement and was definitely going to be a lot more progressive than what I see. In addition to that, and I still maintain, you know, if we have to follow due process, if we do have that risk of liability with judicial review, then I'm quite happy to proceed with further analysis on the proviso that we can try and get some kind of deadline to it. But I'm certainly not happy to support further consultation with the beach community. As I said, the golf club were never consulted. They never were involved in any feedback with the development of that plan, which created the triggers. And I think it's inappropriate and irrelevant for them to be, for this road to be contingent upon that consultation. And we actually have no requirement to consult with the wider community. It's discretion. We don't have to do that either. It's up to us as to whether we choose to do that. So.
What's recommended in the paper is engagement with the beach community so you can make an informed decision knowing that they have a view. It's not contingent on it. The beach community doesn't have to agree, but I think that if you know what they're thinking, then you're in a better position for decision making. It's not contingent on that. The recommendation is that we engage with the beach community to understand their view completely.
And I think it would be fair to state that it has always been the ethos, if you like, of this council to actually weigh up the body of evidence when that information comes back as well. And I mean, I'll come back to you, but I've got other questions coming. But if we look at page 67, next steps, officers to investigate reasonably practical alternatives, engage with the best community. That is exactly what we're talking about. And a paper, a council decision paper we presented to council for November. This is in our paper.
What level of engagement through the chair did we do with Cavally Road?
Well, we did receive significant information from the medical centre, from the community.
Supporting the residents, the 3 residents that live there.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Pauline, I'm sorry, Paula, you don't have speaking rights today. Pauline and then Dave.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, you know, the optics in the community are that we are dragging the chain on this. And the optics in the community, I'm sorry, but it has to be said out loud, are that, you know, it feels like there is some delays that perhaps shouldn't be there. That's the optics. And I'm just pointing that out. I think perhaps we need to take some learnings from that and we need to do better if that's how our community is feeling. I'm really frustrated. I hear the frustration from the community that we are here. I completely understand the need for us to check off, make sure that we've crossed our T's, dotted our I's. I feel like we already have done our section 77. Like Councillor McPherson, I'm really disappointed that the trigger on the cap has formed a part of this paper. The golf club weren't considered as impacted parties or an integral part of that consultation. And I guess the other thing that I'd like to point out that actually the cap post dates the options report that we received in February 2023 and the options that were presented to the golf club in November 2022. We approved the cap plan in June 2023. And in there, it says, in the cap plan, it says on page 22, it is not anticipated that any infrastructure in Amberley Beach will require significant capital works in the next 30 years. Current infrastructure will continue to be maintained until it is no longer required. We'd already received the papers and we already knew that there was going to be capital infrastructure required for the access to the golf club, the reserve and beyond. And so in my mind, looking at the CAT plan and looking at the maps on there, those triggers in my mind, and I may have read this completely wrong, apply to the settlement, not to anything beyond. So if we need to cross our T's, dot our I's a little bit more, if that's what councillors sitting around this table feel is necessary to protect council in the future, then yeah, I can support that, absolutely, I can support that. But as has been already said by Councillor Broughton and Councillor Hislop, we need to be moving on this. And I'd like to understand that can the movement on the change of the reserve status, can that be started regardless? Can we resolve for that to start today, and then if we need to cease the process, we cease it? Because when I asked about that, the timeline for that, I understand that that could take some time. So is that something that has to be triggered by a firm decision on this is the pathway, or can we actually trigger that now? Just in the same way that we could trigger land negotiations, and the same way that I understand using our procurement policy, we can actually trigger the tendering process without committing to accept a tender.
So on the lifting the reserve status or whatever we're going to do on that reserve, yes, I'd like you to pass a resolution, because if I go to Doc and say, oh, we're just thinking about it, I'd like to pass a resolution saying that you want sized area of that reserve, you'd like the state, you'd like that status lifted, and yes, we can start that process. I'm not going to do it without a resolution. There might be another option as well, which maybe might work as well, that we could investigate a little bit further. So that one, as far as the tender process, I think it's really bad faith to go out with a tender unless you've resolved that that's actually what you're going to do, because a tender is a hell of a lot of work for the people that are putting the tenders together. And so to go out there and get 10 companies to put tenders together to build a road and then say, oh no, we're going to call that. I think that's, and the difference of a month, I think is neither here nor there. Just on the perceived delays that you raised before, as I noted, the golf club came back to us in August with the final design information that they put together. And I think it was on the 13th of August, I think it was, Bruce, that we met to discuss that. So, and you know, I apologise, I did take a month's holiday, but you know, I don't think there's been any huge delay in progressing that.
Can I ask a subsequent question in regards to the tender process?
Yeah, if it's relevant and hasn't been already asked, yes.
Yeah, I think it is relevant. Given that the resolution is asking to get a little bit more information so that the council sitting around the table can make an informed decision, wouldn't actually having firm tender prices inform that decision? So therefore, it would actually be in our best interests to start that process?
That's not generally the way we operate. We put together an engineer's estimate, say this is what we think it's going to cost, and then we go to the market and we find out what it is actually going to cost. But we've already committed at that stage that we are going to do it. So if we get a tender that is within range.
Okay, I'm pretty comfortable that we
can go ahead and
yeah.
We can go ahead and put together all the tender documentation in this interim period, so it's all ready to go.
Dave, I want to hear from you, and then I want to perhaps see where we're going to head with this.
With all the information in November, I can probably handle that in the time frame of getting stuff done. And we all know what I think about the land purchase and the negotiation around it, so I'm hoping all that type of thing could be could be completed by them. The golf club have already shown they've been quite useful when the challenge went out to them to find a consent process and building the road. So maybe the challenge to them may be that they might be a tender in building this road and we can get it even cheaper with all their expertise. And I know I've got a few people amongst the golf club that have got some good heavy machinery, and so that's a challenge that to keep the price down. My whole risk factor in coming out to November with a new council, I will lose the plot if we're restarting this plot again with a new set of councillors. So this council needs to actually give some direction that this is what we want to do. We're doing the checks and balances, but we're not starting the process again. And you could really be starting the process completely again. So again, we haven't been elected, just imagine it.
I think that in reality, there will be sufficient transition, and I do not believe that is the
it's always a risk.
But I do not believe that is the intention of this. There is a lot of work being done. There's a lot of work about the golf club, but actually, you know, it's probably important to also note and be reminded of. Did we pay for the consent?
Yep.
Yep. So can we just understand how much that was?
Jace, I was asking for that information the other day.
14,500, is that correct? Bruce, using the invoice through.
That was the second one, I think, Jason. The initial one, the deposit.
Very cheap.
But still,
and Thomas fees.
Yeah. So we've invested, I guess my point is, you know, the significant amount of money has been invested. Yes, we've had some in lieu support, if you like, from the golf club as far as that goes, but actually there has been some significant investment to gain a consent, which has given us the understanding that it actually is doable on the extension of Gresham Ave, as we talk about, from those very early proposals where it was a bridge and all those other factors, you know. So we've narrowed our definition of where we'd like to go on this, and I guess that, you know, the final decision will be actually the funding mechanism to this project build, you know, and that is part of why we're grappling with this consideration. I'm sure that you've all heard around the traps over the last month about the debt profile, and you know, this will be a contributing factor to the debt profile. So we can't step away from the fact that we need to be responsible and ensure that we can have an understanding that debt profile will have an enduring outcome for our community, and that's what we're grappling with. So I'm just trying to pull this together now. So I've got Dave, thank you, Vanessa and Vince, and then Robbie, and then we'll see if we can wrap things up.
Through the chair, with all due respect, we asked for a funding mechanism a year and a half ago. May, 28th of May 2024, we asked for a funding mechanism.
We don't have a secure funding.
No, but we haven't even discussed it, and we've been asking for it. A year and a half ago, we asked for a conditional sale and purchase agreement. And I'm quite honestly,
yeah. Thank you. Vince?
What actually worries me about this whole project is the rest of the road. And, you know, we're talking about relocating all the houses in the next 30 years and not recapping the bun, you know, the people there. I worry that it might be the new piece of road that gets taken out, it'll be further down. And how long's the life of that? Because we've got one policy at the council where we're moving people, and here we're going to build infrastructure on the same spot where we've got to look at, is there other accesses that are long term? Because your golf course is not going to last, it's going to last more than 30 years, I hope. You know, it's going to be a 60-year. Aren't we better to build a road that's going to be there in 60 years' time than build a thing that's going to be short-term? So that's why I need all these answers to these questions, and that's why to make a good decision, we need to look at all the points, not just a quick solution.
Cool, thank you. Robbie, final question?
Yeah, just quickly, I look back over the report that Monica introduced at the time about the inundation in the city of Royals, and I was interested to see that the biggest risk down there was actually from the flooding of the river in that area than it was from the sea. But anyway, look, where I'm up to is I'm trying to read this recommendation, and I think from the feeling around the table it needs a bit of fine tuning or adding to it. Hamish has already said he'd like a resolution around the reserve consent. I just wondered, like Hamish really, what other bits can we put in here? I think we've already resolved about getting a land price subject to rest. I'm looking to see how we get a recommendation that we can put on the table. Or does it have to be broken into bits?
Would you be comfortable with the officer recommendation as it's written, but add another sentence with the progression of the reserve status being lifted? Because that actually, that directs officers to say, get on with the job and make that process start.
And I think discussion, you know, we've got to talk to the landowners, because that's, you know, if a super price could be agreed, then we'll be
I would expect that should be coming to the next meeting in November, because that is the suite of knowledge that is required to make a financial decision to consider the investment of the road extension. So we need to know how much is it, what is that potential land purchase. So I would expect that to happen.
They're on hold to purchase the land within that $1.4 million envelope.
Yeah. The tender side of it, I don't know, there's already been discussions held with one party, I understand, so that wouldn't be surprised then, and no doubt we can, I guess we've used preferred suppliers in the past, but we can at least get a fairly good indication of where we expect the price would be. I suspect that maybe that's already happened.
I think that's an operational detail as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. Both the golf course and us have worked through the engineering specifications and come up with a price schedule, and we're that close to each other that, you know, it's you know, so there's no disagreement about the engineer's estimate of the construction price for the road.
So we're really only talking about the land and the reserve consent.
Yeah, okay, so what we're looking at, and I'm going to look for you for some direction, Robbie, the officer recommendation is written to give us that suite of information that's required, and perhaps add a sentence to say, with the progression of the reserve status to be lifted, and further discussions with the landowner, adjacent landowner.
So
that gives you the information.
Just to be clear, there's two landowners we're dealing with. We have a memorandum of understanding with one landowner about how we can go about this, which is between the council and that landowner. And with another landowner, and we've had discussions with that landowner, and they're agreeable to selling the land at a price. So that's where we're at.
Well, I guess the only other area that we clarified for me is the engagement around the beach community. I wouldn't like to see another 3 months of consultation or something. Can we tighten that one up a wee bit? What do we say?
So we're coming back with the paper in November.
Yeah.
But between now and then, are we talking to the Residents Association? Are we having a great public meeting? What does that look like?
We'll have appropriate engagement with the beach community.
Yeah, and just okay, and just for I've just looked in my diary. Hamish and I'm not sure, have a meeting on Thursday this week with Mark Coulthard as the chairperson of the Amberley Beach Residents Association. I'm sorry, Paula, this is, we need
I
to,
think it will be helpful, the two presidents, the two marks, have already spoken over the weekend and agreed to get together and have the community and the golf club to facilitate conversations that they've been having anyway to move this along. So we're trying to expedite it as well. So the two marks have already spoken, that will be occurring.
yes, thank you. Rightio, so we've got some direction. Do you, are you happy to put a recommendation with inclusive of the reserve state?
Yeah, wordsmith can
Yeah.
run by what he's picked up so far.
What have you got there, Graham, and then Robbie can.
Madam Mayor, so I've got the officer's recommendation, which the council instructs officers to further investigate any reasonably practicable options to provide access to the Emily Golf Club, Waimai 899 Reserve, mouth of the Waipara River in the Northern Beach, and to engage with the Emily Beach community so that the council is in a position to make a decision on future access will be provided, to include the progression of the reserve status to be lifted in further discussions with the adjacent landowners.
It can report back to the member.
Well, it's in this report that it's at November. Okay, are you comfortable with that, Robbie?
Yeah.
Sorry, it was at the end of November meeting.
Yep. Yeah. So,
So that leaves us with a decision paper.
correct, correct, yeah. I'm gonna sit with you to see if you want to move that, Robbie. Pauline, is this new information?
Can we
or-
hear it again, please?
Sorry, Grant, go for it again.
That the council instructs officers to further investigate any reasonably practicable options to provide access to the Embley Golf Club, Waimai 899 Reserve, mouth of the Waipara River in the Northern Beach, and to engage with the Embley Beach community so that council is in a position to make a decision on how future access will be provided. And this is to include the progression of the reserve status to be lifted, and further discussions with the adjacent landowners, and to report back to 25 November 2025 meeting.
You happy with that?
Just a guesstimate on the lifting of the reserve status, how long that would take? Because that will impact upon the tender documents, because if it's 2 years, like we were talking about some of the other projects, then 2 years down the track prices could be considerably different.
Yeah, don't know how long it will take. It is all dependent on dock, and part of the question will be how much compensation we're prepared to pay, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there'll be that conversation, but I think we'll get a pretty immediate reaction from them. But the legal process can trail on behind.
Okay, so you've heard the resolution, we've had some fairly full and frank discussion. We do have a mover of that long resolution following that thoughtful discussion and questioning. Robbie, you're happy to move that. I don't know whether there is a seconder in the room. Thank you. Fiona is happy, but I see a few other names, hands go up. So we understand the position, we understand the expectation. So with that, I am going to put that motion. All in agreement to that, please say aye. Aye. Those against?
Can I speak? Please.
Want to have that notified?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I'm voting against it because I maintain that section 77, or argue that section 77 requirements have been met. And I also believe that as the golf club were never consulted or gave feedback on the cap, that they are not part of the cap, it's not relevant, it's an irrelevant consideration to consult with the Amberley Beach community. Thanks, Graham.
Thank you, that's noted. Thank you, everybody, for that.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I'd like to abstain.
Oh, pardon? Call for abstentions?
I'd like to
Sorry.
abstain.
Yeah, okay.
Just on the basis that I share the concerns that councillor McPherson has spoken to, but I do understand the need for progress.
Sorry, that motion was carried by majority. Thank you. Thank you for that. 1228. Councillor, thank you. We do have a couple of other agenda items, but we are going to break now for our lunch. We've got our good friends out here from Transways to show us their new electric train truck. And then they're going to join us for lunch. So do we want to invite them in to do a quick introduction, or they would like us to go out there to have a look at the truck?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I think the discussion is going to be out there, so they can point at it. And so we have allocated an hour for lunch to include looking at the truck, and then they'll join you for lunch, and then you've got the general manager of the third course.
At 1:30, so we need to be back in here at 1:30. Okay, thanks very much. Thank you for doing this. Afternoon, councillors. So we're back in open agenda, and we have our final decision item for today, and Judith's presenting this, which is the amendment to the Whirinui Freedom Camping Bylaw. So seemed pretty explanatory as well. Judith, you know, it's a bit of an update, I guess, but perhaps you can take us through that. That'd be great.
So, thank you, Madam Mayor. My understanding is that the Strategy and Community Committee, or maybe it was a workshop, has been in front of you with Andrew before.
Yeah.
So this is just formalising the amendments. So I'm just going to read really from the summary. So the 2011 Freedom Camping Act provides the legislative framework for local authorities to manage freedom camping, permitting it by default unless restricted or prohibited by bylaw to protect areas' health and safety and access. The council first developed the Freedom Camping Bylaw under the Freedom Camping Act in 2016, and thus replaced the earlier bylaw developed in 2011 under the Local Government Act and the Ministry Act. The council's bylaw evolved through 4 distinct stages between 2017 and 2021, and the current bylaw reflects the evolving community feedback, legal compliance, and operational considerations. More recently, Self-Contained Motor Vehicles Legislation Act 2023 introduced a new national regulatory system for certifying self-contained vehicles and amended the Freedom Camping Act. Key changes include a national rule requiring certified self-contained vehicles for freedom camping on local authority land, and updated definitions for freedom camp and self-contained. Most of those took effect on the 17th of June 2023. There's a transitional period until 7th of June 2026 to allow vehicles to transition to the new system. So the bylaw remains in force until the end of the transitional period. However, there is
inconsistency between the Freedom Camping Act and the existing bylaw. And the bylaw has no legal effect to the extent of the inconsistency with the Freedom Camping Act. This means that the requirements of the Freedom Camping Act prevail over the inconsistencies in the bylaw. So the proposal is to make amendments to the bylaw, so that's set out in the summary. Don't propose to read that, but that's essentially what we're proposing is to make amendments to the bylaw to deal with those inconsistencies.
Oh, thanks, Judith. And I'm sure councillors, you've looked through the attendance and in your own areas, there's no adjustment to that to ensure that they will be sort of folded through into the amended bylaw. So I'm sure you've all looked at your own areas of interest around that. So that's a good question.
I just noticed in the prohibited areas, Cheviot Domain include the Cheviot Tennis Courts Rugby Club and Miller Street Reserve at 57 Ward Road it is. Part of that reserve is where I think at the show, the horse people camp overnight during the show because they have a horse event the next day. And I know the rugby club rooms have been, the rugby grounds been used by the Motorhome Association for a rally once. So it's under this because I see it's been crossed out that the CEO or someone can give exemptions. And so does that mean that we can't use those grounds like they were before?
Can you answer that?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you.
No, there's a number of times when I give people exemptions.
Are they still? Yeah.
And I'm not going to do that. So under the Act, it's no longer permissible. So there's a family that's been camping up at Napping now for about 30 years, they tell me. And it's quite a group of them, intergenerational. Every year I write a permit for a couple of weeks. Responsible, they have plans for what they do with their rubbish and waste and all that sort of thing, self-contained. But they provide me with all that information and I say, yes, I think that's acceptable. But I'm not going to do that anymore. Not having an association of this prohibited area.
So couldn't we go back and look at the Miller Street wee piece and actually have it, because the AMP lease it off us. And it's a bit that's used, it's opposite the transfer station, that piece there, and it's just people, they come with their horses and they have, they stay the night there. And there's quite a few do it, and it's been done for the last 30 years.
So we're not proposing to make any changes to the schedule.
No.
Because that will activate consultation, full review of the bylaw.
Yeah.
And my understanding is when Andrew met with the councillors, it was agreed that we weren't going to do that and we would wait until it comes up for its next review is due.
Right.
I'm lucky to cut me that in.
No, and I do recall that conversation.
Yeah.
So that is correct what you're saying. But
so this review is simply to deal with the inconsistencies between the Freedom Camping Act and the bylaw. And that if you want to do a full review, then I guess that will go back onto the work program and you need to have a look up with do that full review. But at the moment, it's been considered by the Strategy and Community Committee, it's on that work program. It's
Because I just think, sometimes there's community events around the district, and they do use sometimes, like, they stay on those pieces of reserve.
and the system of
But I think what Vince's question is, can they camp overnight?
Yeah.
That's the difference between having a
Yeah,
so
yeah,
under
right.
the bylaw,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like almost triggers the whole thing. Okay, we need to expand that thinking a little bit, then. So.
Because how do they work it at the Harden show? Because it'll be the same sort of thing.
What was it, sorry?
I've stayed there, and Mary.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Emily, actually, sometimes people stay the night.
Okay. Probably wasn't, when it came to strategy, probably wasn't tested maybe on this one.
We just don't police it.
Eh?
Exactly, we just don't police it.
Yeah.
Unless somebody makes a complaint about it.
Okay.
You know, hunt them
We're
down.
gonna keep things up.
Officers can't say that.
Yeah, that's right, we're gonna keep that up. So let's just see where this leads us, whether what is the review date? How long are we waiting to review it in
The full review?
entirety?
Why this is 2018, does that help?
That would be.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, you can't have something that
No, that seems a little odd, doesn't it really? Tom, I think you had to hand up.
Yeah, just a very quick one, Judith. Page 86, the Hamlet Springs River Reserve. The self-contained, the last bullet point there, self-contained vehicles only until such times as the new toilet is installed. But there is a toilet there.
So the background to this is that this was the bylaw that was developed in whatever date. Yeah, and so this schedule hasn't changed since then. So the toilet is in place. Those of you that have been sitting around this table will recall that developing the bylaw was very, very challenging. And I think all of us probably don't want to race into having to do a full review. But what I would suggest is that we go ahead with fixing the inconsistencies and then it can come back to the next council or the strategy and community committee or however committees are configured after the election. And then we can talk about it again about whether it needs to actually be brought forward.
Yeah, okay. I think that's
and also what that process looks like to alter the schedule.
Yeah.
Because I just can't remember now. I have a feeling that if you're just altering the schedule, that might be a different process.
Right, so we could bring the wording up to date, I guess, in the bylaw, but we could alter the schedule, which is what's been identified here as perhaps a different type of process. Is that what you're saying? Or
I need to look into it.
Okay, right. So I think what would make good sense today is that because we've had some anomalies exposed, I guess, or identified, that we update the wording and ask the officers to come back to the strategy meeting or committee or whatever the configuration beyond the election and help us understand how big that consultation would be to actually review the whole bylaw and the schedule of sites and prohibited or permitted or okay, does that make sense? Yeah. I've just got a couple of hands up, so maybe you'll go to Pauline and they'll come to you, Fiona.
Thank you. I guess, because we did have this sort of workshop at Strategy and Community, and you're right, this particular issue wasn't tested. And when I looked at it this time, my concern about fixing the wording to bring it in line with the legislative changes are that it could have some unintended consequences. And the one example I was thinking of is well, that example that Hamish gave is a good example, but I recall, South Ward having a request for NZMCA to have a rally or whatever it was on the domain. This would completely preclude anything like that. And so I'm just cautioning fixing to the words with those unintended consequences in place. And I understand the body of work that the bylaw would create, but I'd be reluctant to make the changes that might cause those.
So perhaps another way forward, I'll come to you in a minute, Fiona, perhaps another way forward is that if we're uncertain of what those unintended consequences might be, is that over the side on the table, if we be more understanding, or have you got a solution?
Judith made the point that you don't make these changes, the Freedom Camping Act prevails anyway, so it
Can't
becomes
do it.
null and void, so
Yeah.
it trumps this anyway,
Oh,
so.
And if
fixing the wording is, yeah.
and if we don't make the changes,
Freedom Camping Act
prevails, right? So does that would override this bylaw, or would it?
Anything that's inconsistent with bylaw with the act would be overridden.
Yeah, okay, so there's inconsistency, and if we don't have a bylaw, then it basically opens us up for freedom camping anywhere and everywhere, which I wouldn't be in favour of. So it does feel like if we want to be in control of our own destiny, then we actually need to review the bylaw.
It feels like we need to have more understanding of actually how we could complete that in a timely and appropriate manner.
So if you think about reviewing the bylaw, what are you trying to achieve by reviewing the bylaw?
Considering the sites, I guess,
I mean,
is the main issue.
do you then want to say that freedom camping can happen on this area of this reserve at Cheviot, which will mean it can happen there at any time? Freedom camping can occur at the MRE showgrounds, so not just on that one day of the year, but you'll have to reclassify the area. It's always open for freedom camping.
And that's, I mean, I think in Murray, when we went through the initial process, Murray were really, I think they were adamant they didn't want any freedom camping on the showground site, wasn't it? But, you know, there was quite a lot of concern around sites or potential sites, you know, so we're.
So being pragmatic, aren't we better just to leave it, and on those couple of those days, it might be the Murray or Cheviot, they're gonna have one day where we've got the campers vans. Carry on.
So a lot of those places never come to me for an exemption.
Yeah, so it's right. For all amount of, we don't want to make too much work that we don't need, I don't need to do wordsmithing, just carry on. Enough words been spent already.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Dave, actually, you know. Was that a bold statement? Did you almost choke?
It's a great celebration of the end of the year.
Yeah. Okay, choices, we can endorse the reframed wording and manage the risk that has been identified, or we can leave it to lie on the table and get more information, and then it would exclude all of those areas being available for obviously people to stay on that one night, which could also be problematic as well.
Yeah, I think maybe there is a time.
Sorry, a minute, I'll come to you in a minute.
Maybe.
Okay, I'll go to Fiona and you do some thinking. Thanks, Fiona.
No, I'm pretty supportive of that for the people that don't come. The Freedom Camping Act allows for it everywhere, doesn't it? You can't kick freedom campers out. So places like the Wine and Food Festival, when they come set up there or stay, how would that be affected by this? When we asked the freedom campers to move for somebody having a.
I can close a freedom area, camping area that's designated as freedom camping.
Yep, you can't.
For whatever reason. And I've done that on the occasion as well, toilet's not working, whatever, so that freedom camping area is closed. So still have that ability. This is about areas that are designated as prohibited and allowing their use.
Right.
Is the issue, and that would no longer be able to happen.
Because it's pretty strong word.
It can't happen anyway. So.
No, I agree with the choking.
Yeah. So if that was the case, we would look at the recommendation as written on Act 69 and progress this revised, or this amendment of the Freedom Campaign Bylaw 2018, and you know, perhaps just leave it at that, really, you know. I don't know whether there's a sense of comfort around that for people.
I have a sense of discomfort around that, because I think as governance, you know, we make decisions based on the full suite of information, and it feels like we don't fully understand the unintended consequences here. And so I guess I wouldn't support the recommendation as written for that reason.
Judith, have you got any other guidance provided for us? I mean, perhaps we need to come back and maybe we're better off to leave and come
Well,
back.
I think maybe as I'm quickly searching for, because Andy's away, and I remember a conversation with him about why did it need to come to this meeting, it couldn't wait till he came back. And there's some timing issue as to why it's come to this meeting.
Okay.
But I cannot recall what that is, and because I remember that conversation with him about why it needed to come to this meeting.
So something about lapsing, or
I think so, or it's or whether it's to do with that, the time frame on that inconsistency. I'm sorry, I've kind of been tossed this, and I wasn't present at the workshop either. So I can't, that's the only piece I can recall.
okay.
Can I just ask for a clarification? So if this lapses, people can camp anywhere they want? If we don't refresh this?
No, we will still have to say that the Act prevails over any thing that's inconsistent in the bylaw. So we could leave the bylaw as it is, and then the Act will prevail over anything that's inconsistent. It just makes it pretty unclear for people because they don't know what they're looking at.
I'm just thinking about this a little bit more too. I think it's only non-self-contained vehicles that I can't allow.
So we're thinking about show day.
Yeah. So under clause 9.1 and 9.2, which allow the chief executive to grant exceptions for non-self-contained vehicles.
So you could grant for a self-contained vehicle.
That's what it reads like on the paper.
Which in effect is probably
tents and cars.
Yeah.
And some trucks.
Yeah, uncertified.
Yeah.
Is there any way that we can get a bit more certainty around this paper, and we carry on and do the information items, and then perhaps give us a bit more guidance for this afternoon? Or, and I'm concerned about your timeframe, but
I mean, I guess you just need to test the motion. If it doesn't pass, we'll have to deal with the consequences of that. And because if all the councillors are feeling uneasy about it, well, then we'll have to come back.
So just to clarify, the uneasy bit for it is that the 1 days show days, is that all we're worrying about?
And some groups that get a permit to freedom camping area that traditionally is closed off for freedom camping.
Could we, I'm just thinking about trying to have we not had a meeting next week in the
extraordinary strategy and community?
Yeah, could that be a extraordinary council meeting to manage this paper if your timing is as it is, you know, and we can just find that information out, and it might be that with that further information we feel comfortable with adopting it as written.
So Madam Mayor, what is the information that I'm being asked to provide? Because I don't know what that is. I'm hearing the councillors expressing unease about unintended consequences.
Steph just said she's obviously listening, see paragraph 26 of the report. So there we are, the transitional period runs until 7th of June 26. Let's review. Consistency. Is that how long it would take? Perhaps we'll
it might give us some guidance on how we can manage beyond this. Next time, hearing you can go to Robbie.
Yeah, I'm just getting a little confused. The one nighters, we're saying that under this, Hamish can't give them permission, but you're saying that if it goes back to freedom fighting, freedom campaign. Not freedom fighting, it goes back to freedom campaign, then it's that situation's still the same. I don't see a difference between it being under freedom campaign and being under this, as far as us or Hamish not being able to give them permission.
No, so there is no difference, really. It's just that we will have a bylaw which is aligned with the Act, and is very clear and not inconsistent with the Act.
Yeah. So in that one, to me, there's a bit of a case of don't go looking for a problem that you don't want to find.
Yeah, that's right.
Or use the pad next door that the friendly farm has.
Minimum risk. Yeah, rightio, Tom.
I happily second Fiona's proposal.
Did I?
Oh. Yes.
Okay. I have, hang on, it's all right, no, it's okay. Contemplate that. We're gonna move in a second, the recommendation, but I wanna hear from Pauline, because there may be an opposing opinion.
Yeah, look, I do have an opposing opinion here. Read paragraph 26. The transitional period runs until the 7th of June 2026. So it feels to me like we shouldn't be feeling pressured to make this decision today. And I also note on page 70, under paragraph number 7, if we were to make a new bylaw now, then the bylaw would only need to be reviewed on the 30th of September 2035, which we're not talking about doing today. But if we approve this by amending this, as we're being asked to today, then our bylaw review doesn't have to be completed until the 30th of April 2030. And I am concerned that that is a long way out, given that this is a 2018 bylaw. And I'd be really uncomfortable with us pushing it through without all the information. Just doesn't feel like good decision making.
Sorry, just through the chair to clarify, the objection, and I may have missed a few bits here, but the objection is, from your perspective, is solely or predominantly around the non-self-contained aspect of it. Are you saying that there should be some freedom to stay overnight in a situation where you're in a non-self-contained vehicle?
Through the chair. No, my concern is about us making a hasty decision and having a bylaw in place until 2030 without having fully considered a full suite of information.
No, I get that, but I just was going back to what your original.
But I don't know that that's the only thing that I'm concerned about, because I don't feel like we have that information. We haven't consulted. Yeah.
Okay. Just to try and manage the issue that Pauline is raising. If in effect we put this motion and it passes and it becomes our given process, we don't need to leave it till 2035. We can bring it forward if we feel in 6 or 9 or whatever months' time that this actually is not fit for purpose. We could absolutely put that on the work stream and review that process within that time frame. We don't need to wait that long for it to happen. So I think that probably gives us some answer to our questions as well. Yeah.
I think, Madam Mayor, that the section 7 is just explaining what the legal requirement is, but absolutely, given councillors' concern about it being up to 2018, and in that time there has been the 4 different iterations. It's always got extremely difficult, and so
I think that if we want to do a full review, we need, I would need to dedicate one officer just to that project. To do that full review because it is so controversial. And the Motorhome Association are still extremely active in opposing taking reviews of council bylaws. So it's a big project to fully review it.
Yeah,
And so what we're trying to do here is get the alignment right with the Freedom Camping Act.
Yeah,
but if the council wants us to do a full review, then we can talk about it absolutely at any time.
At any time, yeah, I think that makes good sense to me.
Through the
Final comment, and then I'm going to put the motion.
Through the chair, I look sort of really speaking in support of your suggestion. This is a balancing act between freedom and restrictions, and I often think that until we progress down a particular route, such as accepting this recommendation, you often don't know which way. I think to test the waters, open for review. I'm happy to support this recommendation on that basis.
I did say last one, but I think your mate in the corner wants to say something, so I'll let him.
I did put my finger up a wee while ago.
Yeah, I did.
Couple of things. First of all, I sort of agree with Hamish being able to have the, if someone comes here to say, so is it not possible to leave it as it is?
No.
Okay, that's what I wanted.
The Act overrules that.
But you've had the ability to do that.
Yeah, but they've changed, the government's changed the law and they've taken that away.
The Act trumps the bylaw.
Okay.
Unless
As
the
of,
schedule's
as of 26.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I raised it, so it lost that power, which.
So I just have one more little thing.
Yeah.
And I want to change something a wee bit. Page 87, Wattle Bridge lay-by area. And I just want to make a comment about that. Post-earthquake, it was left abandoned. New bridge was built and it was left abandoned. Picnic table was on an angle in the long grass. And local community and local contractor spent a lot of time and effort putting some marble, big marble rocks there, did a fantastic job. And the local community put a storyboard there with information on and they repositioned the picnic table and they mow the lawn. Council does do a little bit of maintenance there. They do spray around the picnic table and a little bit of weed eating, but it's mainly maintained by locals. And that is a fantastic little lay-by now, which if the community hadn't done something about it, it possibly would have been just left in sort of a half fixed state, but not like it is now. So when you're going on a new road, stop off and have a look there, because it's a lovely little picnic spot in the summer. It's got shade of some nice silver poplars, which are a bit of a buggy, but all right then. So yeah, just acknowledging that Wattle Bridge lay-by as a community effort to get that to where it is now and for the future.
These little updates. Anyway, thank you for that little bit of open knowledge. Look, I think that we've had relatively sound discussion, so to speak, on the amendment to the Freedom Camping bylaw, and yes, I can sense that we have certainty, but perhaps a smidgen of uncertainty as well. But I'm relatively comfortable. I think that we've had that discussion and we understand that now we have got an opportunity within whatever time we choose if we find it's not working for us. And I think trying to find sometimes we overthink things and we get too tangled up in our process. So we have Fiona who moved and we've got Tom who's second, and if there's no further questions around that, I am going to put that motion as determined by the recommendation on page 69. All in agreement with that, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? That motion is carried. Thanks very much. And thank you, Judith. Rightio, councillors, that takes us to the end of our decision items. We've got no discussion items, but we've got a raft of information items to get through. And first one is on page 88, which is the Christmas and New Year closure for 25-26. And this has got the email beside it.
Self-explanatory, Madam Mayor, I'm taking questions.
Yep, that's cool. I just want to make certain, so the 8 days of annual leave, but if a staff member wanted to come back, they just have a yarn with their team leader or whoever is that.
If they haven't got 8 days of annual leave, for example.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So you're all pretty comfortable with that? That just looks at the leave arrangements over the Christmas New Year period. I'm happy with that as that we receive that information. I'm happy to move that. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Karen. Is that a hand up?
Yeah, I'm happy with this. I've got a question after.
Okay, all in agreement, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, that's carried. Thank you.
Yeah, I wasn't picking up, but reading through the other report, consideration of local government involvement, is that possible that
Still in the-
Not yet. Cool, thank you. And so, Jason, this is the Happy Springs Bowling Club. This came through your report for this risk, and it's kind of a good news story, isn't it, really? So this shouldn't take too much discussion, but I think it's important to acknowledge good result as well.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, once raised as part of the annual report in the Audit and Risk Committee, and the request just was to outline the process that was undertaken by the bowling club.
Sorry, I just had a question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's in
Oh.
defo.
Oh, you're gonna.
That's Vince's hearing.
My ones.
Okay. Do you want to take a pause?
Need a speaker system
Sorted,
in here.
or- Are we okay to carry on? Manageable?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, that's fine. I suppose it goes way back when the bowling club was formed and they wanted to create the green beside the golf course. They came to council and council agreed to a $70,000 loan over a period of 10 years. So I rattled out a relatively simple loan agreement with the club. The facility was 70,000. It was available from the middle of July. It was for 10 years, and we charged an interest rate similar to our internal interest rate. And then within there, I made a few assumptions about minimum monthly repayment, and if there was a default on the loan, that there would be a council would take over the lease between the club, the bowling club and the golf club. And then page 90 is actually the movements in the loan. They only took out the 45,000 over that period. 4,600 of interest was charged. They made 31 monthly repayments, plus when they had the opportunity, was able to make lump sum payments, and the final payment was made only last month. It was only last month, middle of last month, and cleared from there. So it is a very good news story. They repaid the loan within 4 years. For a 10-year loan, so that's tremendous.
Yeah, no, it's a great news story and great for the Happy Springs Bowling Club to be so committed to that. I mean, I think they appreciated the generosity of that loan facility in the first place, but actually they committed to repay that down, and I just think that's important to have that in this public agenda. So thanks, Jason. I'm happy to move that we receive that information. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Fiona. All in agreement, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, that's carried. Thank you. Thanks, Jason. We've got in front of us your financial report for September council meeting, so perhaps you just take us through that, and then we can look through any questions that might be. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Madam Mayor. So you understand the reasons for the financial report. I was able to extract some information about rates of arrears. As of yesterday, the total amount of rates owing was 1.4 million. same point this time last year, we had 1.225 million, so it's about an 18% increase. So yeah, as we mentioned earlier, the rates have gone out later. Arrest some of the tardiness of payments. But yeah, conversely, there was 1,500 ratepayers that have paid money in advance, and it was significantly up on what we had the previous year. But yeah, certainly as we get better acquainted with the system, you know, more detailed information of our datascape, coupled with the ageing process that we had in our previous system, you'll be able to provide the full rate of arrears report again in the future. I suppose the thing I've been able to do, or our bank has been able to do, is the Treasury dashboard provided here. Now I do note that at the end of August, our total external debt was 87 million. 73 million of that was in term loans and 14 million in short-term loans. And of that 14 million, 4 million was relating to the purchase of the Ashworth Road land, and that has subsequently been replaced with longer-term debt. The annual plan budget, just to reiterate there, we do have in the annual plan the debt increasing to 109.5 million at the end of June 26. So even currently, the total debt we do have is 92.5 million, just a little bit, 5.5 million more than at the end of August. If we do everything that was allowed for in the annual plan, we've still got $17 million of debt to pull down by the end of the year. So they're the components that I have to manage on a very almost a daily basis. So the other components of the Treasury report we need to have a certain amount of liquidity, and that's provided by having the loan facility with Westpac, and that loan facility is $10 million. That does cost us to have that facility in place. It costs the council 30 basis points per annum, so 10 million, that's $30,000 commitment fee or a loan fee. Whereas with the LGFA, any of the debt that we have, there is no commitment fee. And then crucially, the weighted average cost of funds has come down again from the end of June. So it's sitting at 4.12 at the end of August. It was 4.12, and that's on page 5. You can see the all up weighted average cost of funds, including the margin of 4.12. So that's essentially what it costs us for the debt. And that includes the hedging that we've got in the background to try and create some certainty around the interest charge, plus the margins that we get charged on all of that. Okay, and I suppose the key thing, so the full listing of our term debt is provided there on page 7, broken down into the individual components, including the fixed rate, and earlier in the year that fixed rate loan that was costing 0.88% is well and truly matured. And then page 8 of this document is our interest rate swaps, as I said, that creates that certainty around the interest rate that we're charged. Fortunate that we've got a couple of swaps here that were taken way back in just after COVID, when the interest rates was considerably lower. But as the interest rates are dropping, we end up paying every quarter to the banks, apart from those two where we're still receiving funding from, because the interest rates were at 1.44 and 1.58%. We actually still receive money from the bank every quarter. Yeah, and that was at the underlying cash rates at the moment. The official cash rate is 3%. It was reduced at the review on the 20th of August. The next review is next week. And the 90-day bank bill rate at the end of August was sitting at 3.01%. And yesterday it was 2.82%. So it has finally come under 3% for the first time for some period. And that obviously will flow through into, if that's sustained, will be sort of lower external interest rates that we charge. Key thing is that we are compliant with all of their limits within our treasury policy, and hopefully continue to do so, as we do need to draw down more debt to meet our capital program for the
Thanks, Joseph. Tom, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did, yeah, I'm just a statement more than a question. It's a statement that our debt is increasing ridiculously. I think I'm fearful for this council because of our debt. And were we to use the drawdown facility that is an operational budget available to this council, we would actually go to 110.5 million, which is in excess of our 109.5 million cap. And I would just say, I am not proud of the fact that this was my very, very first Treasury statement with a debt of 42 million. And it's now, if we did, now standing at over, potentially over 110 million. But I'm not happy with that 92.5 million. I just feel that that's a little bit of a blot on our last 3 years, I'm afraid.
My only comment is that we haven't exceeded what we had budgeted for, and we've done a huge amount of capital work over that time, predominantly in the three waters, which I know it almost sounds like a panacea, but it is still debt that is lumbered on this community, not and the way we've structured the Wisco moving forward, it is Hiranui ratepayers that will pay that debt, but it is expected to be about 80 million. So if we're at 110 million, the net debt position of council will be 30 million. I mean, with that 80 million being part of the requirements for the water services CCI. But the debt is still there, and the debt is, doesn't disappear like it potentially was going to do with another regime.
Right, but I think, the other part of that story is that I've had those same conversations around debt, and I'm hearing a lot currently, but actually you can't have hundreds of thousands of litres reservoirs to build resilience in our water system without having that understanding why the debt has changed over this last 3 years. And I think if I'd had that same conversation, I have had that same conversation with people on what we call now the Hardin Waikari water line, the officials. When you see that reservoir up there and what it's done for the resilience of water across that rural part of our district, our ratepayers understand that and understand the investment that we've made. And actually, I've also had some conversations where they see it as a sense of pride, may not be the right word in the context that you're offering here, but actually it is a sense of pride in the fact that the investment that we've made actually has built huge resilience in our whole capacity to deliver core service to our district. And so it is understanding the story that sits beside the debt and the debt profile change, particularly in the last 3 years when we did an enormous amount of work under a long-term strategy of 10 years to meet the requirements imposed on us, but actually to build the resilience if in effect that a lot of our service would be removed from us. And I think that's part of that process as well. So I totally understand what you're talking about, but actually we've got to understand to be able to tell that story as well.
But I also, just as a supplementary to that, that whilst we have tried our hardest to keep rates down, we have also been through a period of revaluation as well. So my valuation of my property goes up, so my rates go up by way in excess of what we were actually, the percentage that we were looking to contain. So therefore, those people who are on fixed or low incomes, they're not just hit by a small percentage increase, it's the capital value and the percentage on that capital value that is so impactful upon our residents.
Dave, comment, and then Robbie, and then we'll move on.
The comment is with the water and doing the water. For Tom's comfort, that capital program was probably decided one or two before us.
10 years ago.
Yeah, so there's that. I would probably argue, you know, that you've got this program to treat a lot of water for the stock. That's a problem because they don't need it, but we've got safe water throughout the community. It's cost a lot of money, and Mari's point is right. The debt is still in the Hurunu community, so going forward, you have to be careful of extra non-essential debt. So it would be nice not to have to have treated the water.
Yeah, that's right. I think I'm going to accept Robbie's comment, and then we're going to have to move on. Thank you.
Yes, that's page 9. I know you've explained to me once before, actually choose for as well, to understand this. But over the last year, while the official cash rate's going down, the 90-day bank was going down, our council weighted cost of funds isn't, you know, it's quite pronounced. I just couldn't get my head around exactly how
it has come down in, but not to the same level as the 90-day bank. But it has reflected the fact that we were around this time trying to create, prior to that, trying to create some certainty about the interest. So we could just ride completely bareback and accept the lower short-term rates. But you do get in, we can't do that because we've got a treasury policy that says we need to have a certain amount of our debt and certain tranches over the 10 years or even further, but also needing to have some certainty, some certainty about the interest rate that we do pay, and we do that by having either fixed rate loans, or we have interest rate swaps that create that same fixed rate that we end up paying, and that is just to create some certainty. Otherwise, we could be all over the place. And if we didn't have that, certainly over that period of time, we were paying less than the prevailing interest rates at that point, and they could have gone further up than we would have looked. Worse, but creating that certainty for a lengthy period is a key of that treasury policy.
So for landing like that, what you're saying is that we're sort of on a longer term fixed rate, and in the meantime, the other rates drop.
Yeah. But that is the cost of having that certainty. So like I said, we were fortunate that we had certainty at a lower rate when the interest rates were higher, but it is getting that crystal ball out and trying to predict where the interest rates will go. If I knew how to do that, I'd be doing much different job to us. You wouldn't be here, would you?
Okay. Is there, thank you, Jason, is there any further questions in regards to the receiving the financial report, Vanessa?
Jason, will this be added on the website?
I'm sorry.
Will you get the financials go on the website?
Okay.
This report that we've just had.
Oh,
In the agenda.
Yeah, you're
In the agenda, yeah. No, that's all right.
Thank you.
Okay, happy with that? Any other questions around the financial report, or someone willing to move the receipt of that information? Thanks, Karen, thank you, Ross, all in agreement with that, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, that's carried, thanks, Jason, appreciate that. Graham, we've got the Lagoima requests, with standard reporting for us now, so.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, just the one, the update to provide, number 9, Emily Beach request, we had it pointed out to us that, although the response was sent on in September, we did send some information, but not all of it, so that there is still some outstanding information. So that's still in process, but happy to take any questions about any others.
Cool. Thank you, thanks, Ross.
Madam Mayor, item 6, SESMs, it's been a bit of a hot topic on some, they have programs in the rural community. Are we, got much to reveal on those SESMs in Haringa?
Madam Mayor, sorry, I have to admit, I've actually seen this one, my colleague responded to this one, with information from the planning team, so I can't actually remember what was in that response. Not sure if that.
Sorry,
SESMs?
Wasn't listening, which one is that one?
Sites and areas of significance.
It was one that went to all the councils in New Zealand. We don't have, we don't have sessions.
Great.
So we don't have sessions. Pretty straightforward.
Yes.
Good question, thanks, Ross. Okay, that's cool. Is there any other questions?
I suppose what we do have archaeological sites, which includes sites of significance tomorrow.
Yeah.
They'll be identified in the district plan. Yeah, okay. So that's great. Thank you. That's cleared it up for us all really. Is someone happy to move that we receive that information? Thanks, Vanessa. Thank you, Tom. All in agreement, please say aye. Thanks, that's carried. Thank you. Hamish, some monthly performance report.
You go away for a holiday, you think of things in good hands, but there we go, the recycling to waste ratio. It's in the red.
Can we just listen to Hamish's response?
It is part of the time of year. It's part of the time of year issue. With people burning paper and card more at this time of year, outdoor burning, that sort of thing. So those numbers will pick up, but you know, we do always struggle on that waste recycling ratio.
Thanks to everybody. Someone like to ask a question around that? Happy to move the report. Thank you, Vince. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Fiona. All in agreement that please say aye.
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you.
Sorry, to put it up. That recycling one's always keeps low. I did get hounded by a couple of random people. Transfer station been open. Is it not open on a Saturday or Sunday?
Not open on Sundays or Tuesdays.
Yeah, Sundays they wanted it open. And then they could take the recycling again.
So
I tried to ring Fiona because there's a couple of them from her and Glenmark.
There's recycling facilities at the gate of the transfer station.
Oh,
People
about
can
2
use
days
24 hours a
there.
day, 7 days a week. So they are there. If they want to get their recycling there, you just tell them that they're welcome to take their recycling there on Sunday.
Tried to ring Fiona.
Part of the consent condition, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's the reason why it's not open. Yeah. So, yeah, we've had these discussions for a number of years now about days and hours of operation and whatever, but we are contained without getting a change of variation to consent. Okay, so now you've got an answer for everybody. Okay, doke, everybody, we'll move on to page 96, which is the Huronui Tourism Board. Karen, if I can just ask you to give a verbal update to the information in front of us.
Sure, happy to do that. Just to note, the website rebuild was kind of prompted because the provider that we used was a US-based one, and they pulled it out of New Zealand. So we needed to make a change anyway, but it was timely for a whole lot of technical reasons. The new site's going to probably a lot more interactive, lead to more easy searching through AI and that kind of thing as well, and enable us, I think, to get more data, good quality data and so on in due course. I'd really appreciate just being able to take a moment in anticipation of our tourism board meeting in a couple of days. Just mention a couple of things in there because there won't be an opportunity for the current council to hear otherwise some of the progress we've been making. You'll be well aware from my previous updates that the destination management plan was passed just as this training began. So I came in as chair just after that had been approved and adopted, and so we've made quite a lot of progress one way and another with some of those initiatives. There was a recent community sentiment survey, which I think I alluded to last time, and this provides tourism approval ratings, or TARs, and they can be used to compare our district to other national results. So, as an example, 93% of Huronui residents that responded have benefited from tourism in their local area, versus a national average of 82%. And so they felt some of the benefits were that more local businesses are opening and also staying open than there might have been if we didn't have as much visitation or benefit of visitors spending money in that area. Hammer Springs residents were less positive about tourism than the rest of Huronui was. They cited pressure on natural resources like water and energy, limited car parking, reduced housing availability and the community's reliance on tourism. Mitigations that were suggested included investment in community infrastructure, and obviously from a council perspective we're aware of some of those things happening or planned. There was also a thought of it would be great to have more support for towns beyond Hammer Springs, and I think the Welcome Mat project is one of those that hopefully will lead to benefits in the South Ward in particular. Also talked about promoting off-peak travel, so to kind of smooth out some of the peaks and troughs that we get, peaks over weekends and so on, and attracting maybe higher quality visitors. And there was also mention of diversification, cycle walks, walking tracks, agritourism, events and eco-cultural experiences. So Huronui residents described tourism as vital to the district's economy, but noted that growth must be carefully managed. As I mentioned, this survey will provide a baseline. It will be repeated every couple of years, and that will enable Huronui Tourism Board to look comparatively about how we're tracking in terms of how welcoming, if you like, how supportive our communities are to tourism. And I think it's the survey for me sort of underscores the need that we've got through this, or affirms the need for the destination management approach, which ensures that Huronui tourism continues to have the social licence to operate in each of our communities. I don't think any of us would want to have the balance so far the other way that we had folk in our communities being really resistant to tourists because they felt that our environment was being impacted and so on. So these things will be are reported, of course, on the agenda that is coming to the meeting in a couple of weeks. And the advisory board that has met a couple of times now, and I have a real sense that they're going to bring a lot of value to, you know, informing and guiding the work of the tourism board as well. And already I can see there have been benefits to having the likes of James Cagle from Whakatahi on that advisory group. He can help maybe problem solve and be a go-to for questioning and getting information or ideas about how to float things with NZTA, which is really helpful. So sorry to have leapt ahead beyond what you've got in front of you, but just thought you might be interested in some of those survey results and so on. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Karen. Appreciate that. Couple of questions down there in the corner.
Through the chair, look, thanks, Karen. I just wanted to add what Karen has said, because obviously we're all aware that what happens in Amberley affects the entire district. And on that basis, I've noted that the advisory group that Karen has talked about are actually conducting some quite deeper level analysis of growth and spatial plan and other aspects of the South Wall, Amberley in particular. And I'm planning tomorrow's meeting to actually encourage some kind of get together or something more formal with the new South Wall Community Board. So a lot of their discoveries and commentary, I think, will be of massive interest to South Wall Community Board. So let's put that out there.
Thank you. Thank you, Ross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just on page 97, Karen, it might be a Jason question. The financial report of the total tourism rate is down by $8,000, and I was just thinking, because there'll be people come and go all the time, as far as putting on top of that and renting their houses out. So is that something, you know, with my level of skill with AI, is it something that AI could do annually? AI could search these websites, pop out ones in Haranui at very minimal cost, because it really needs to be done annually, in my opinion. Pick up those that come and go, because you'll know about the ones that go, but the ones that come won't fess up. So you need to be, I think, proactive in a simple way to chase that up to keep on top of those that are, because those that are paying, you know, subsidising those that aren't.
It's very important. Just having this year has been.
I appreciate you've had a lot on, but it's all, ever since I've been on council, we haven't had a process that does that either every second year, or in my opinion, should be annually in an easy way. And now with AI, it should be someone could they'd earn their keep, whoever was, you know, I'm sure they would.
I cannot disagree.
No, that's right.
It's yeah, you are right. It's just on the scale of our priorities, it has been nice.
I appreciate that. But going forward, if it.
Yeah, no, it's a good point you raised, because it's you're right, people, it's easy to come in and sound like an exemption. I like that, but actually I'm saying, I'm actually a new boy and I'm happy to pay that. Yeah, that's right. So anyway, look, that's a great report. Thank you, Karen. Are you happy to move?
Happy to move.
We received that information. Do I have a second? Thanks, Tom. All in agreement, please say aye. Aye. Harry, thank you. We've got in front of us on page 99 the Hammer Springs School Pool and Spa updates. So I think we can take that report as read, and I'm happy to do so. Do I have a seconder that we received that information? Thank you. Vince, all in agreement with that, please say aye. Aye. Harry, thank you. Fiona, update of the Audit and Risk Committee.
That one, and I presume it's finished by now. Actually, the Balmoral campground tree removal was progressing well at that time, and as found with some trees showing rot at the top, confirming it was a really good decision to remove them. And the other thing, I guess, I'd comment on there, which was the insurance renewals for 25-26. The insurance renewals total premium was down on the previous one through some very good juggling acts by me. our man on the job, so I think that was a great outcome, and the personal indemnity insurance was maintained at that, although with building control claim excess reduced, so those were I guess the key ones in there. And this is the local water done well risk register, we had some conversations on that, and there's still more work to go through there. We had the report from the development trust, and we know that one that they weren't compliant with the financial requirements for registered charities. So rather than requiring a full audit, we recommended an independent chartered accountant to chair the statutory accounts to ensure compliance. Any questions? Damn.
You're not gonna let me let that debt figure pass me by, you know? There, the debt says that we've got the capacity to increase our debt from 175% to 280% when we get that credit rating. And you're gonna say you want to increase our debt by another 105%? Another 80 or 100 million? I just scares the living daylights out of me.
I don't say I want to.
I think we haven't, we postponed the.
Yeah, and I'm just saying that is in there, that there is that possibility that if we get a credit rating, we can go up to 280%. That's what it says. I'm scared.
Because we can, and our own treasury policy would dictate whether we do or not. I suppose the key reason why the credit rating was talked about there was that it will help the water services CCO secure cheaper debt moving forward. So that was the primary reason why we are looking at a credit rating. It just makes a lot more sense for one of the partners or one of the shareholders of the water services CCO to hold a credit rating, because it does flow through to the WISCO, and it makes sense for us to do so, because then we benefit from that as well, because that lower interest rate for any new debt that we do need to pull down for whatever reason down the track.
Thank you. Thanks, Jason. Vanessa.
Further to Jason's comments, I just wanted to note that as a member of the Audit and Risk Committee, or as the Audit and Risk Committee have an obligation or a job to recognise that debt capacity, I guess, and note it as such. So yeah, that's
happy.
Yeah. Just making sure that we've all read our documents.
100%. Nothing wrong with that. We will stand back and let that happen. Thank you. Pauline, final
Thanks,
comment.
yeah, through the chair. Just in regards to obtaining that credit rating, I understand that does come at a cost. And I just noted that you said it would be good for one of the partners, as in Hiranui, who's rather than Kaikoura, to have that credit rating because of the lower interest. But is that lower interest rate such that it's going to actually offset the cost of achieving that credit rating?
Yeah, so if we get a credit rating, if we get a high credit rating, a good one, it's a whole 10 basis points off the margin. And we had talked previously, you need about 15 million of new debt. Now, bear in mind, it's not, we do roll over our debt because we've got it in different tranches. So when that debt rolls over, that becomes the new debt that will qualify for the lower interest rate. That's the existing debt that we have to run through to maturity to but yeah, as it needs to roll over, it will benefit from the lower interest rate.
But the existing debt won't.
The existing debt won't, but it
matures until the facility matures.
And that's the
swaps.
Yeah, that's right. Or the
it's
table.
different tranches of debt in different maturity periods that we've got. So
we get reported on that on a monthly basis. When they're taken out and when they're mature.
Just wanted to check that the cost of obtaining such was.
And that's sorry, I'm not on the that has been sort of the reason why I haven't pursued it. Also just trying to understand what happens to our debt when the water services moves. But because it is, you know, we are a major shareholder of the water services CCO, proposed to be the major shareholder, that there is benefit, and again, benefit for her and her ratepayers and having
Thank you, good discussion, good questions, thank you. Fiona, you have been moved to receive this information.
Yes, I won't say any extra words.
Who would like to second if you notice?
Oh, I think Vanessa is.
So that would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you, Vanessa. Are you all in agreement that please say aye?
Aye.
Thanks, that's carried, thank you. Robbie, operations.
Happy to report on the operations. This is where all the happy stories come from. At the end, I'll briefly go through, but then I'm going to ask Dan to tell us about his road shows at the end. At the end. So quickly running through some interesting things. Phone calls are still our preferred way of making contact with the council, and it's pleasing that we cater to that, and not some call centre or whatever. That's good. A delineation strategy has been approved with 4 councils now. That's like that, or nearly there. What that is if you drive through the 4 councils, the road signs, the bridge, they'll be similar. You won't. It's a good common sense. Lawcox Road and Belcan down the end where he knows we're a problem that is being looked at. The light maintenance patrol vehicles, we've got an extra one on the road, so we've got 3 out there now at no extra cost on our contract, which is good. Number 11, I'm going to leave alone. We've talked enough about those today. Number 16, we got a good new water source that so far is testing well. And if that all works, that will feed into how Quaker plans or part down there. Number 20 is more good news around the compliance options. And one of our experts in the field, Kirsty, was quite instrumental in a lot of work there with the team to get a change. So now, Dan, would you mind, Dan, just telling about the roadshow, and also you might have an answer for number 21, as soon as it's not far away. Plans to regulate by 30th October.
Well, Madam Mayor, so 21, we're just working on that at the moment. So, yeah, we'll have an idea of what that's going to look like soon enough, but we can take some Balmoral to advisory committee, see what they think. But just in terms of the roadshow, so you'll know at the end of every year to the operations committee, we do a complete annual summary, so we give them a view of everything that's gone on in the year previous. And in doing so, putting that together, it was actually sort of overwhelming, all of the great work that goes on by all of the people that work here, simply. So rather than just leaving it as a single report that the operations committee received, we summarised the report and we took it out to our teams, because essentially they're the ones delivering all the work. So we had a presentation here in Amberley, one in Hanwell, one in Cheviot, where we got them all together, and essentially we celebrated them for the work that they do for us. So yeah, it was an opportunity to talk about, so that they could see that, you know, they might work in one team over here, but they are an instrumental cog in a much bigger machine. And there are it stimulated lots of conversation about cross-departmental working, and okay, I didn't know you do that, how can I help you do that, because I'm in that reserve at the same time. So it was I guess really heartwarming to have those conversations and to celebrate every individual doing their work. So that's the tip.
Thank you, Robbie. Thank you, Dan.
And just on number 10 with the light patrol, it was quite interesting. Yesterday I was with a couple of residents driving along, and one talked about the Leader Road, how the pothole crew came through, but they only did about half the potholes. And they were going along just leaving potholes. And I just, they wondered what was quite strange. Now that, is there any auditing of that sort of thing?
There, Madam Mayor, yes, there is, but well, I don't know specifically.
No, I just thought I'd raise it today because
one response that I might get if I go and ask them is this, the patrol trucks can only carry a certain amount of material.
But they were going past them and doing over here. It was just
That's
like
right.
random.
So if they've got, if they're fixing the bigger ones, the ones that are more problematic with the material they've got, they may well be going back the next day to fix up everything else. I don't know, but now you raise it, I'm going to find out.
Yeah, so perhaps the question you've got is, and Dan can
I just
find out
wanted
and
to
respond.
check it out.
So rather than trying to anticipate an answer that's,
Just residents commenting on it.
yeah, okay. So, thanks, Vanessa.
Quick question, sorry. It'll be a quick answer, I hope. Through the chair, Robbie, Dan, can you please elaborate on number 3, the decrease in customer service requests due to process changes with the implementation of Datascape? What's
Is that the changeover between snaps and solve to the users?
I guess I'm just seeking reassurance that the decrease is valid. Yes.
I have a feeling, Madam Mayor, I think that that's a wording issue. I think it's coincidental that we've got less CSRs and we've gone to a new system. So we're just seeing less coming through the new system, but I'll check that and if I'm wrong, I'll email everybody to say.
Because I don't remember that tone coming through to the operations committee, to be fair, so it might be worthwhile having a look to see what's on the agenda or what was reported, because
I think it also might be categorised differently because I think some of those things were just dealt with immediately at the front counter. There was something along those lines that I recall, that just the way they were being handled, it looked less, but they were still dealing with their.
but you're right on what you're saying, because it it's not reading as maybe what it's intended to be.
I'm sure it's probably what Dan has alluded to, but I think it deserves a bit more.
Clarification.
Yeah. I agree, and we'll get that, Dan will perhaps a couple of bits of homework and we'll just send that out, so, because I don't recall it at your meetings, Robbie, to the reference to something like that, so, councillors, are you happy with, is there any further questions as far as ops, are you happy to move it, Robbie?
Before anyone else chips away at your report, I'm happy to move.
We will have a second. Thank you, Ross. All in agreement that we received that information, please say aye.
Aye.
Yes, that's carried, thank you. So, last but not least, we've got the road safety coordinating committee update. Dave, do you want to just take us through the points on that?
I'm definitely going to be a man a few words in between now and drinks. It's the only thing that's reasonably short. But it was quite good that a couple of the guys or people that walked out of that meeting said it was a good engaging meeting and we had good discussions. I'll take it as read, but only highlight the one good thing, there was a number of people that have got their licenses restricted, full licenses and conversions. So well done to the coordinating team and those mentor drivers. Take it as read and move it.
Dave, is there any questions for Dave on the road safety committee? Happy to move that, Dave?
Yep.
Seconder? Pauline, all in agreement, that please say aye. Motion's carried, thank you. Well, goodness gracious, guys, we've come to the end of this meeting and final turn, and of course you'll see on your agenda that at the conclusion of today's meeting, there is an opportunity for valedictory speeches from members for re-election. So I'll open the floor for that opportunity. We do have three members that are choosing not to stand with us again, and I guess I'll hand over to, I don't know who wants to go first or not. Go.
Yep, pretty impromptu, to be honest. Where do I start? I have become very attached to this dynamic and diverse Purnui, a district that has massive potential. I maintain that a tenacious and a transparent and a brave governance leadership around this table will continue to help maximise that potential. During my 3 years around this table, I've formed some cherished friendships, and I've been inspired to go back to law school. I wish to probably, I think ultimately and most importantly, it's been a privilege and a pleasure to speak for the residents of this district. And I'd like to thank the executive team for tolerating my endless inquisitive emailing, probably especially Jason, who's always been incredibly efficient and very detailed in his responses. I would also like to thank our governance advisors, and I had hoped Michelle would be here, because honestly, as advisors, they go over and above their advisory role, endlessly patient, super intelligent, very responsive, have made my job a lot easier, a lot more pleasurable, and quite honestly, I think Michelle and Graham are just genuinely really lovely people. And I guess ultimately I will put out a big thank you to, as an unknown, I was here 10 months before I ran for council, and I will thank you that those residents that entrusted me with their vote. Every moment around this table has been an absolute pleasure, and I've loved every minute of it, and I hope to be back one day. So thanks everyone.
Thank you, Vanessa. That's very kind words. Thank you. Appreciate that. Anybody else? Step up.
Yeah, look, my words will sort of go in a similar vein to Vanessa's work, but look, 6 years in this role, I have my back to.
That's right, that's fine.
And look, it has been a privilege to have been an elected representative around this table and to see the inner workings of local government. It's as we know, out in the real world out there, there's a lot of, I guess, speculation what goes on in this room, but it's all open, we're transparent. Everybody can see it if they take the time. I'd really like to thank, I know I can't, but all the staff that I don't see out the back there that have just keep this big machine humming along. So if that could be passed on, I know the great work they do, the commitment they have. They are loyal to this community. And next up, I'd like to thank the governance team around the perimeter here, and Graham around at the end there, and Hamish. Yeah, it's been a privilege to work with you over these 6 years, and I have the utmost respect for what you do. Each and every one of you, you are very talented people, and you're just doing your best for the community, and you're unsung heroes, really. You wouldn't get any thanks for it probably, but we as councillors see that. We do. The reports you print out for us, the amount of reading we have to do. So look, for me, it's been a whole, to have to read stuff. I'm a doer, but like Dave, I'd like to get out and make stuff happen. But to actually get disciplined to read, and it's been pushed me outside my comfort zone, which has been great. And I'd just like to finish off with two things. First of all, fellow councillors. As Vanessa said, I have so much respect for you all. You've been a great team to work with, and I'm getting a bit emotional now. And those who are standing again, I really admire you all, and I hope you guys get in, because you guys have done, the ones that are having to fight a bit, you've done the hard yards, and you know how the system works, and you deserve to be representing your community. So I hope your community sees that. And I'd like to thank our mayor, because I've been here, like I said, I've been here 6 years, and I've only known Mari to be at the head table. And it's been a real pleasure to be under your leadership. You have guided us with sensitivity and wisdom that, yeah, it's hard to explain, but under your leadership, we have been really blessed. And the reality is you have all put your head above the parapet, and we've seen that this morning, and people will take shots at you. And it's outstanding that you've done that you put your head above the parapet. So thank you. Thank you, Mari. It's been a privilege to have served under you in these 6 years. So thank you so much. The end.
Can't speak.
Cool. Thank you. It's really hard to follow. I guess in many respects, I want to just endorse what both of these from Ross said. I have felt like it's been a privilege to serve our constituents. And you know, I came in 4 years ago in a Westwood by-election against, I think, 4 guys at the time, and it felt like a real baptism of fire in a way, fronting up to the meet the candidates meetings and all that sort of thing. It's been a huge journey for me, a real learning curve, although I've been on a Currently Community Committee for a few terms and felt like I had a little bit of a clue of what council was about. I've certainly learned an awful lot more as well, and the diversity of what the council does in a day-to-day way is actually quite hard to stretch your brain around sometimes. And I think some of the, you know, the committee work that you do, for instance, for me, I've written a lot of policy in my time, and I quite enjoyed the policy side and the submissions and so on. And I think we've all had our own strengths and interests that we've been able to contribute as a team to pull together. And as others have said, I have huge admiration for the way our staff and our senior staff serve our community. I think they serve them very well. And I know we've all had contact with constituents at times that aren't happy about various things. But, through that process, I've learned an awful lot about what the council can and can't do as well, because I think often people have high expectations of what council should be able to do and should be able to pay for. And we all know that only ratepayers basically pay for whatever happens that's done by council. So I've also really appreciated the opportunity to chair the tourism board. It's been a good stretch for me. It's not a sector I know anything about, and that's led me to, hopefully learn a lot more to help position me to do as well as I can to lead that group. And I feel proud of the work that that group's done as well. I think we've probably all felt frustrated at times with the changes in central government and policy directions and all sorts, and it felt like we've had to kind of rework a bunch of stuff. And I still am left probably in line with Dave's thinking. You do get frustrated sometimes at how long everything seems to take sometimes. But we do have to follow a lot of really formal processes often, the mechanisms of council, as we all know, and things just do take time, and we have to be really cautious and considered in spending our ratepayers and our own money, because we're all ratepayers. So, I'm very pleased to have had the opportunity to serve the community for 4 years, and grateful that God trusted me to do that. And like others, I wish returning, or hopefully returning councillors all the best for the next 3 years.
I'll just say a couple of things if I may. And I just you know, every time we have a council meeting, we read the affirmation. And I actually think that's what we've just been hearing about. So, you know, sometimes we just think they're words, but actually they are who we are. Sorry, I was going to be really strong, and I can't help but believe that my heart's on my shoulder. Anyway, I'm going to read this. I know it's not standing orders, Graham, but I'm going to read it. So as we come to the close of this training, I want to take a moment to pause and reflect on what we have achieved together over the past 3 years. This has been a journey of dedication, teamwork, and shared purposes, both of our elected members and our staff, who have provided the guidance and skillful expertise, and without you all around the table, this would not have been possible. Throughout this triennium, we have undoubtedly faced challenges, but together we have adapted, we have persevered, and we've achieved some really big milestones that will have a lasting impact on our district. These successes remind us that collaboration and commitment can achieve extraordinary things. So as we close this chapter, I do look forward to the next. The foundation of the last 3 years give us momentum and confidence that we will move this district forward together. Finally, I would like to especially thank Vanessa, Karen and Ross as retiring councillors. The commitment that you have all shown and the leadership and the dedication has been outstanding. And our communities are richer for your commitment. To the rest of us, thank you very much indeed. And you know, I know just around the corner, we don't know what's around the corner, but I also share the fact that, you know, we wish all the best for whatever the 11th of October provides for us. But I just want to pay attention to our staff, because actually, I don't know how long it takes staff to actually create these reports that we have in our agendas week after week, you know, and it's a pretty thankless job. And sometimes it's easy for us to criticise that because we didn't get the information, or we didn't get it in the manner that we anticipated, or we didn't actually understand the topic really well. But when we put you in that chair and you answer those questions for us, it's very seldom that you have to go away and come back and say, it's actually this instead of what we anticipate. So I really am grateful for the exec team, but actually all the rest of the staff that rolls out in the exec team. Cool. So I do wish you all well in the future. I'm not leaving, that's a silly part. You're going to have to put up with me for a bit longer, sorry. So that's great. We've had a big day actually. It's kind of tested us all. But it's good to get a team. Thanks, Graham. The electric truck was good though, wasn't it? Had wheels, you know. Thank you. Thanks, guys. All the very best.